Would you please stand for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Earlier this month, we celebrated our 246th birthday as a nation. I couldn't think of a better prayer than one that was written by Thomas Jefferson, the author of that Declaration of Independence, when he became president. Almighty God, who has given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of thy favor and glad to do thy will. Bless our land with honorable ministry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil way. Defend our liberties and fashion into one united people the multitude brought hither out of many kindreds and tongues. Endow with thy spirit of wisdom those whom in thy name we entrust the authority of government, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to thy law we may show forth thy praise among the nations of the earth. In time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in thee to fail. All of which we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Be seated. Item number 4, employee recognitions.
Okay, Mayor, Council, we have 3 employee recognitions tonight. They're all in the police department. Can I have Evan Schmidt come up, please? Officer Schmidt. So these go back just a little bit. We've been getting a number. We've been getting a number of these that we've been logging and plugging in as people are available. But we actually received this letter from a Vic Davis of Albuquerque, New Mexico on June 6th. He says, "Dear sir, I am from Albuquerque, New Mexico, and had been to the Museum of the Pacific War the morning of April 26th. I parked my 2009 Tacoma in front of El Milagro Bar, planning to go down to the German restaurant, and locked the door with my little dog, keys, and cell phone inside. Thought about buying a hammer and smashing the window. I was told by the hardware store it was just a couple of blocks away, but it was closed. My wife has AAA, so I decided to contact them. Although she was not present. When I went to El Milagro to ask to use the phone, one of the waitresses, whose name I don't recall, said, 'Did you lock your keys in your car?' She then told me that she had done the same thing a week or so earlier, called the police department. They came and opened the door free of charge. She very kindly provided the phone number to the police department, and within minutes, Evan Schmidt appeared. He was very professional and thorough, took down appropriate info regarding my New Mexico plate and driver's license. And in a few more minutes, my door was open, much to my relief and my dog's. And within 20 minutes or so, a disaster for me on the road to Tennessee morphed into a happy ending. Officer Schmidt was a very professional, courteous, and efficient, the sort of person you trust and like to see in the uniform. Fredericksburg is fortunate to have men of his caliber on the force, a good, solid citizen. Many thanks, Victor Davis. Congratulations.
Yes.
That's the way the camera.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, our second recognition is Officer Brian Davis. Brian, could I have you come up, please? And this was from June 29th.
This email is from Leanne Peterson of the police department. She says, Brian, you were in a meeting this morning and Dottie Smith called. Her husband is a retired police officer. His name is Charlie. Both are in their late 80s, and Charlie is suffering with dementia. They both live in Windcrest. Dottie lost her keys at Natural Grocers. After looking for them a good while, the staff suggested she call PD to unlock her car to see if the keys were in it. Brian Davis responded to her. Brian unlocked the car, but no keys were found. Brian gained permission from Sergeant to take her and her groceries home and get her extra set of keys, and then brought her back to Natural Grocers to her car. He also made sure she gave her information to the store employees just in case they found her keys, which they later did. What forward thinking? Who would think of that? Dottie was so embarrassed about losing her keys, and Brian made her feel better about the situation by telling her it happened to him as well. She wanted to say thank you for having such a wonderful young man looking out for the department. She was so appreciative and was teary-eyed talking to me. So Brian Davis, thank you for a job well done. One more recognition, Officer Chance Moore. Chance, could you come up? This one's a little bit shorter, but to the point. This is from June 16th from a Marn O'Connor in Fredericksburg. He writes to our police chief, your officer, Chance Moore, provided an excellent interview of my stolen check case on June 15th, 2022. He did not treat me as I was crazy, and I appreciate this greatly. He will do well with leadership duties within the department. Thank you again, Marn O'Connor. Thank you, Mayor, Council.
We're going to move to the to the public comment section of the agenda, and I have been asked to ask you to make sure that you adjust the microphone and speak into the microphone. So if you're short, you can lower it. If you're tall, feel free to manipulate the microphone. We want everybody in the room to hear you well, okay? All right. The other thing is that we have, as you can see, a pretty full agenda. And so I'm going to be a stickler for the 3-minute limit, which you've agreed to by signing up here. It's never because I don't want to hear you fully. It's that 3 minutes is our allotted time. And so I'm going to be a stickler about that and just say your time's expired. Thank you. If you have more than 3 minutes to say, call City Hall and well, I have your number. I'll call you. Tell me, I'd like you to call me. If you have more than 3 minutes to say, Mayor, please call me. I have more to say. I'll do it. Those of you who've gotten calls from me know I will call you. Okay, so item not on the agenda. Item on the agenda. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. Okay. Sandra McDonald.
I did not want to be first, and here I am. I'm Sandra McDonald. I've lived in Fredericksburg maybe 2 years now. I love it here. I love being a part of it. I love coming to meetings. I have learned so much from all of you. I want to take a minute and compliment each and every one of you that are on our council. What you have done is you have welcomed us. When we walk in, we feel like we are a part of this community. You listen to us, you listen intently, you ask questions. You ask a lot of questions. We like that because it tells us that you care about our concerns. thank you. I just want to say that it is noted and appreciated. The second thing I want to talk about, of course, is the Rescue Act, and you all have heard this ad nauseum. So I'm going to give you a simple little synopsis of my feeling on this. And it's all common sense. First of all, let's look at what this administration has done for us. I'll give you a quick review. They have opened our borders. They have spent millions on immigrants. They have absolutely dumbed down our education. They have weakened our military. They have caused gas prices to soar. They have made energy scarce. The Chinese are now buying up our farmland. And lives are being ruined because people who refuse to get a vaccine are being punished for it. They're losing their jobs, they're losing their careers. What I say with this is, why would any of us think that the Rescue Act is going to do anything for the city of Fredericksburg? And what I'm going to urge you to do is return the money that was taken when the contract was signed, not an agreement, a contract, making it legal and binding. So my quest to you is think long and hard about the freedom of the people who live in Fredericksburg, their children, their grandchildren. I want you to carefully pray about it. I want you to think about our Constitution and the thousands of soldiers who have died for our freedom. Thank you for listening, and let freedom ring.
And that we did, Bennett, we did receive your written comments. Did you want to? Okay.
And again, my name is Annette Bennett. I'm a resident of Fredericksburg. After attending numerous city council meetings, it has become apparent to me that city council often acts at cross purposes to itself. I would like to offer two examples. On one hand, you increase property taxes, even with a revenue neutral tax rate, which raises the cost of owning a home in Fredericksburg. On the other hand, you try to solve low-income housing by reducing the cost of a home, getting the government involved, and hiring more people. These two things are at cross purposes. If the government didn't grow and property taxes didn't increase dramatically as they do, perhaps we wouldn't need more government involvement to provide lower cost housing. On another hand, we approve almost 1,000 new homes and 946 apartments, along with multiple new hotels and B&Bs, which increases the demand for city services such as water and parking. On the other hand, we walk a tightrope on water usage with just existing demands as they are today and don't have a solution to our parking needs. Why do we keep playing Russian roulette with city services? Wouldn't it make more sense to provide answers for city services before we continue on this expansion? These are just two examples, and there may be others, but I think we need to take a proactive approach rather than a reactive approach. Budgetary needs must be reduced, which would allow us to reduce the tax rate. The capitalistic marketplace should make accommodations for low-income housing without government intervention. The answer is not to be found in larger, more expansive government. I urge the City Council to consider unintended consequences as well as constitutional limitations for all their actions. I applaud the current City Council for their attitude of research and deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Jerry McCorkle.
I'm short. Jerry McCorkle, I live in Fredericksburg, and I thank you that you allowed me to address the council tonight. During the last city council, which only one here, it'd be Bobby, and our city attorney were on there, the city manager at that time went into a contract with the federal government on these ARPA funds against a lot of opposition from the citizenry of Fredericksburg. And I want to commend you for I saw that you're going to have a meeting with the city people and with our city attorney to talk about this, because I want to recommend that you give back the money that we've already gotten from the federal government that they said had no strings, and don't get involved with any more of it. Because if you are continuing on that way, the president of our country right now can make an executive order, and if we don't obey it, we're in for a big fine. In other words, he may mandate by executive order that we all wear blue masks on Tuesday, and we have to do it. Or we all have to get the vaccine shot. And yet Fauci says today that there was 129,000 cases a day of COVID, and yet it's people that are having the shot that are getting it. So let's not be falling for that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jerry. Ruben Aguilar.
It's already been said, Your Honor. I'll just wait until non-agenda item.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Gwen Hanna.
Good evening. Again, I'm Gwen Hanna. My husband, Don, and I have been residents of Fredericksburg for about 6 years. Having served in public office before, I can say with all sincerity, thank you for your time and your service. Your service is a testament to our framers' foresight. Can you hear me? I feel like I'm messing with it.
No, you're fine.
Your service is testament to our framers' foresight to guard against centralized power by assuring governance to our communities, cities, and states. Our decentralized system is best performed at the local level, where we live, work, and pray. And I thank you. Our founders fled tyranny. Knew, as Thomas Paine said, society in every state is a blessing. But government, even at its best state, is a necessary evil. And at its worst, an intolerable one. Our autonomy, our freedom, and our safety, along with our children's, must be protected at all cost, because what we have is priceless. That said, thank you for your due diligence in the matter of any contract designed to rescue us. A rescue with strings attached to buy compliance is no rescue. It's a reset. No matter the name, American Rescue Plan Act, the implicit and explicit intent is to shackle our community and others by overlords to control and demand obedience to executive order, which by definition is tyranny. Our experience in this community of hardworking people has been that these folks cannot be bought at any price, let alone $2.5 million. Thank you for seeing through this poorly devised plan to undermine our community. And thank you for your wisdom in this matter, because wisdom has always been and always will be the root of all good. Thank you.
You weren't done. I just wanted to hear that. Okay. Eric Hamerson.
Eric Hamerson, we live in the city. Thank you very much for serving, and thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening. Item 8C, you're going to consider water restrictions. At the last meeting, one of the things that was talked about was the possibility of going to stage 4 and watering for 4 hours between 7 and 11 at night. I understand there's also some consideration, instead of doing the evenings, doing it in the morning from 5 to 9. When you water for 4 hours and you have a sprinkler system, that's great, because you don't have the water running for a straight 4 hours in one spot. But remember, not everybody in town can afford a sprinkler system. They put out their hose with their sprinkler on it, they turn it on. And 4 straight hours of water is going to result in a lot of runoff. Also, folks who don't have a sprinkler system they can set ahead of time might find it hard to get up at 5 o'clock every morning or stay up till 11 o'clock every night in order to be able to move their sprinkler system around. So you might consider 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the evening, between reasonable hours, say between 6 and 8, or between 7 and 9 in the evening. In your executive session, you're going to talk about the consequences of the American Rescue Act plan. You've heard my thoughts on this previously. As you're considering this, recall the last time you were audited by the IRS. If you thought that was a pleasant experience, go for it. Otherwise, I recommend you turn the funds back in. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Sylvia Hicks. And Sylvia, we did receive your written comments as well.
Thank you for letting me speak. Our schools in Fredericksburg have been infiltrated with a cancel culture curriculum, and our school libraries have been infiltrated with pornography. Our elections have been infiltrated with fraud. If you don't believe that, you can watch the film 2,000 Mules on the internet. You can watch it for free at tv.gab.com. Our country, once the land of the brave and the free, has been infiltrated by our government and our freedoms eroded. This didn't happen overnight. This has been evolving over many generations while we have been asleep at the wheel. One example of our government trying to take over control of we the people is to dole out free money to cities like Fredericksburg under the guise of rescuing us. But their free money has so many strings attached. We, the people of Fredericksburg, say, no thanks. Our freedom is not for sale. I speak for the people of Fredericksburg that want to reject the rescue plan funds of $2.8 million. We want this city council to please send that money back. Cut us loose from those government strings. We want this city council to reject the incoming ARPA money that's on its way to Fredericksburg. We don't need government assistance. We can make it just fine on our own. United we stand.
All right, those are the folks who have signed up to speak tonight. The written comments that we received from Ms. Hicks was exactly what she delivered just now. Ms. Bennett also submitted some written comments on record, and this is regarding the ARPA funds and encouraging us, as Ms. Hicks did, the same result. We do have a comment from Matt. Is it Kaladze? No, Matt? Matt, are you here? Okay. And his is about the city water conservation measure, stage 4. He is encouraging us to look at drip systems and encourage drip systems and so forth. And then Jeanette Hormuth, I spoke to her earlier this week. She's in California, but sent a fairly lengthy written comment and respectfully requesting that we not accept and send back the ARPA funds. That's her case as well. So just so that's on the record. All right, moving on. Item number 6. This is to consider the approval of city council minutes. So those of you with eagle eyes read the minutes. Any issues from July 5th? Sorry. Well, when Emily says no, that's got to be.
Second move
Yeah.
to accept the minutes.
Have a motion to accept.
I'll second.
Motion and second to approve these minutes as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Item number 7, we're holding a public hearing to receive comments for the zoning classifications of SR1 from Mark Cornett that we had a hearing, was it last time? Time flies. So we will go into public hearing.
I move that we go out of regular session into public hearing.
Second.
Motion second to go into public hearing out of regular session. This is to, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
This is the this is the Allstott, yes, the Allstott Village subdivision phase 2, located at 701 East Moore Street. Is anyone here to speak on this? Okay. Please identify yourself. Are you a city resident?
Yes, I'm a city resident. My name is Josh Lemons. I'm here on behalf of Mark. He is out of town. My firm is Searcher Surveying and Engineering, and I'm the surveyor on this project. So we're just presenting the annexation agreement for y'all to review and hopefully approve. And just let me know if you have any questions.
Okay. Anyone else here to speak on this issue? We're in public hearing on this annexation issue. All right.
I move we go out of public hearing into regular session.
Second.
Motion and second to go back into regular session out of public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Council, any questions? Tell me your name again.
Josh Lemons.
Yeah.
I have 2 questions. One, the issue with the neighboring landowner that was brought up in the last city council meeting, has that been resolved?
There is no issue with the neighboring landowner. There's some confusion about where the boundary is. So there's some other corners for another tract out there. And they identified that one, I believe, as their corner. Their property line runs along the fence. There's some, we went and researched that way back, and we do not find any ownership of the neighbor in the area that we're dealing with as far as public roads.
Josh, didn't the Greenwoggies have an issue on some of that property? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, the Cremogie tract is there. Their property line runs with their fence. We're able to identify with their deed where that is. The rest of it is just the end of the city street, dating back since before that was a city street at that point right there.
Great. And my other question was, in the annexation agreement, 6B, all roadways will be constructed by developer at developer's sole cost. I'm just curious when that road would be built, before y'all are working or after? I just didn't want it to be where y'all are using other roads, if that one makes the most sense.
So as part of the development, that road will get built. So as far as the plat approval, we get the plat approval first, and they start construction at a later date. So, yeah, the road will be built as part of the whole build out of the subdivision.
Thanks.
It's just the process, Chris, right? You got to get the approval to be annexed and then the road's approved, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Josh, I have a question about annex agreement number 4, the park land dedication. Can you address that or?
That just has to do with the parkland dedication fees, that the provision provides for paying the fee in lieu of donating the land. And, that is an option available. You can just pay the parkland fee.
Do you know how much it is?
It's $500 a lot.
Yes, sir.
What? Sorry.
$500 per lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, so procedurally, I see that you have noted in item 9A that this needs to be approved before the, for 8A. Yeah. So explain to me what that means. Why? We considered approval of the annexation agreement with the city and these partners. And then 8A is to consider the approval of the ordinance. So it's a separate approval process.
So this is a voluntary annexation, and the new annexation statute requires that the city enter into a written agreement with the property owner before you annex the property that will lay out all of the city's obligations related to services.
I see.
So we'll do the annexation agreement first, which lays out the city's intent to annex, what services the city will provide as part of that annexation, and the work that the developer will provide. Secondly, you'll consider the ordinance to annex the property, and then third, you're going to consider the ordinance to zone that newly annexed property. So we have three actions on annexation and zoning.
3 actions.
I'm sorry, the annexation and the zoning is, I put it together in one ordinance.
Okay.
So we'll have one ordinance.
So that's 9A.
Right. That's 8A, I believe.
So, Central Texas will provide the, electrical, is that right? Chris?
Yes, sir. And this is outside of the city's electric service territory.
So in that case, I move that we approve the voluntary annexation agreement with the city and Shepherd's Bend Partners for the Allstott Village Phase 2 subdivision.
I'll second that.
Motion and second to approve the voluntary annexation agreement with the city and these partners for the Allstott Village Phase 2 subdivision. Any further discussion on that? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we go to action item 8A then. This is to consider the approval of the ordinance.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2022-25, annexing approximately 6.168 acres of outland of an unnumbered outlot.
Well,
Second.
as shown on the map, it gives the definition of that. Yeah, and amending the zoning ordinance of the city to establish the zoning district of said territory as R1, single family, residential.
Thank you.
So by approving this motion, we're waiving the second reading.
Yes, typically I would recommend that you also incorporate that as part of the motion, if you're going to waive the second reading.
Okay. That we waive the second.
And waive the second.
Second that.
The motion and second is to approve the ordinance as written and waive the second reading on this approval. On this ordinance. Motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're back now to 7B. Public hearing to receive comments for or against request by Brenda Burrier for property located at 528 South Milam. Motion to go here.
Yes, Mayor, I move that we go out of regular session into public hearing.
Second.
Have a motion in 2 seconds to go out of regular session into public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, you are, sir.
Good evening. My name is Adam Hahn. I am here on behalf of Brenda Burrier of 528 South Milam Street. I'm here to propose a zoning change and land use change to C1 neighborhood commercial for her property, currently 2.42 acres. It does front Live Oak, West Live Oak, South Milam, and West Walsh. The city does own a strip on the West Ham boundary. Everything on the south side of Live Oak is going to be C1 currently. And then on further down West Live Oak, you have St. Joseph's Hall, which is C1. So you've got a real nice break right there to continue on all of your C1 property. northwest is R4, which is going to be manufactured homes. So this property is sitting in a really nice area with a lot of high traffic. Highest and best use, in my opinion, would be commercial zoning. And we're here to see if you guys would approve that.
So let me ask you, the commercial zoning, where you mentioned, does that allow mobile homes?
Commercial?
Right.
I don't believe so, but that's not my
It's all
expertise.
No, sir, it does not allow for mobile homes or modular structures.
So it's basically residential? No, it's commercial, I'm sorry.
So the corner of Live Oak and Milam is the commercial part.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other part is on Walt.
So you have an the entire property is 2.42 acres. And what was recommended by planning and zoning last couple weeks ago was that a line would be directly across where the R1 property at the side of West Walsh Avenue, where that strip is cut out. You see the easement between on the west boundary of the property. That northwest corner has an R1 lot up there. So that line would then carry over, which would be which should be 150 feet, which would then support 4 residential lots on the backside of the C1 if it were to be approved.
And that would be R2?
I would recommend R2, but currently by planning and zoning from last week, they recommended R1.
So the request by the applicant is the full property being rezoned to C1. Can you hear me better this way? Thank you. Is for the whole property to be rezoned to C1. What planning and zoning recommended was not that. What they recommended was that portion that lines up with the property line at 507 West Walsh south be rezoned C1 and everything north stay R1 to develop as a single family residential neighborhood in keeping with the rest of West Walsh.
But that's not reflected in our drawings, is it?
I can't make the drawings match what we're talking about.
Eric, if you may please page 37. Of the city council packet, page 37.
But it doesn't suggest different zone.
So what's on the screen, all of that is Ms. Burr's property, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Both the yellow and the pink.
That is correct.
Oh, that's roughly the recommendation of P&Z.
So P&Z's recommending that the pink be commercial and the yellow be
Mixed residential.
mixed use.
So page 37 of your packet, or agenda packet, page 37, has a depiction.
Help me here, Bobby. I'm doing it. Which one?
And what you see that has the yellow
So this
hatch
is our,
is what is being recommended to be rezoned to C1. The portion that is not hatched will remain R1 is the recommendation.
so that property line straight across, essentially, that toward Walsh becomes R1.
Correct. Yes, sir.
It would stay R1. The whole block is R1 now.
Stays R1.
Correct.
And then that changes the zoning for the forward toward Live Oak and the corner of Milam and Live Oak to C1 every commercial.
Yes, sir. That's
Okay,
correct.
I think I have it now.
Can we go back to the Google Maps one that showed the neighborhood?
That would be page 33.
I'm sorry, you had a picture that had, I don't mean,
Is that what's reflected in the ordinance?
it looked like an aerial, well, okay. What was their reasoning in not making it all C1?
The thought was there are property owners that still reside full-time on that West Walsh strip. And if you had the entire property rezoned to C1, that would bring that neighborhood commercial use up
to their property lines. Whereas if you left the C1 south of the 507 West Welch property line, it would allow the R1 properties that would remain on the West Welch side to develop as a single-family residential neighborhood.
Thank you, Cheryl.
And the city initially made the recommendation for R2 because that's supposed to be kind of a buffer between R1 and commercial.
Yes, ma'am.
But then P&Z took a more conservative approach in making it R1
Yes, ma'am.
in case they were to come back and wanted different zoning for later. Easier to up it to R2, if you would, instead of changing it from R2 back to R1, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it uncommon to have an R1 right next to C1?
No, sir.
Okay. But it's all up and down Lino Street, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And others.
Yes. All right. Is anybody else here to speak on this? We're in public hearing still. Yes, Deborah. Thank you, Adam. If you'd stepped up, I probably want to talk to you again.
Deborah Habecker, I live in the city. I just have a concern about C1 because I'm really familiar with this residential property. I'm concerned about any gas stations. And because it's surrounded by residential, I would just say you might consider no gas station.
Did you say gas station?
Gas stations. Yes.
To confirm, that use is not allowed in C1 neighborhood
Okay.
commercial.
That would not be an allowed use. I got educated. Okay. No gas station. Anyone else? All right.
I'll move to go out of public hearing into regular session.
I'll second that.
Motion second to go out of public hearing into regular session. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're back in regular. Okay. Council, any other questions of Mr. Hahn? Was representing Ms. Beard, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it involves a land use change and a zoning change. Land use from low density residential to commercial, and zoning change from single family residential to neighborhood commercial. And everything on the other side of the street is already that, correct? Okay.
I have a question in terms of future development of the land next to it. If their intent is maybe to sell and to be rezoned at some point, from a process perspective, I'm just thinking if this were in a different area, say historic district or somewhere downtown, would we need to have more landowners coming forward saying, okay, we want this whole block to be C1? Or I'm just curious, is this just, it seems kind of piecemeal to do this, and then is it going to happen again? We do it to the property next door. You know, it just, in terms of time saving, I wonder if it's better to do it all at once.
Sure. So we did have an applicant for the vacant tract to the west that reached out to staff, and around the same time that Ms. Berger did as well. They had an intent to come and request a C1 zoning, and actually reached out to the neighbor further to their west. There's only 2 vacant tracts to the west of this tract, and they're all in agreement. They would like the C1 zoning as well. Unfortunately, Ms. Berger's project came first and made the application prior to the neighboring landowners coming together to make theirs. So part of the recommendation from planning and zoning was that they directed staff to ensure that we go back and grab those 2 vacant tracts and make that requested zoning as well. So whichever comes first, staff's pursual of the rezoning of the properties to the west, or the applicant's submission on their own behalf. Thank you.
Question.
No,
Any other questions or comments, council?
Mayor, can I clarify the ordinances? So the application was originally to rezone the entire block to commercial. The P&Z recommendation was to do commercial on that southern 2/3 essentially, and have the northern 1/3 remain R1. So the ordinances before the council reflects P&Z's recommendation. If you want to do something different than that, we'll have to change the ordinance and note that. Additionally, if you want to do something, for example, if council was considering changing the entire block to commercial, you would need a supermajority to override P&Z's denial of that portion of the block. But the ordinances that are before you reflect the recommendation from planning and zoning on land use and on zoning.
So I move that we approve ordinance 2022-26, adopting a change to the comprehensive plan of the city land use map for, from low-density residential to commercial.
I'll second that. Okay.
Ordinance, motion and second to approve ordinance 2022-26, adopting this change in the comp plan specifically for this land use at this corner, changing it from low density residential to commercial. Any other discussion? Motion and second to approve that ordinance, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. We need a motion or more discussion on ordinance 2022-27 zoning. We need a separate motion on the ordinance, right?
No.
Yeah.
I move that we accept ordinance 2022-27, amending the zoning ordinance of the city and changing the zoning district said property from R1 to neighborhood commercial C1, given P&Z's recommendations.
Second.
Motion second to approve ordinance 2022-27 as stated, changing zoning from single family residential to neighborhood commercial. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Is it? What is it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can
Did
my
we do something
motion
wrong?
go back and include to waive second reading?
I don't know that that's fatal to the motions. I mean, we've already voted. I don't.
It's implicit. Can we do that?
Right.
Okay. Is it inappropriate for me to ask what the intended use of this corner is? Is that not done? May I ask you what your intended use at this point is?
Sure. So we don't have an intended use. I'm the real estate agent, not the developer. So that's going to be up to the purchaser of the property when that time comes.
Okay. So the seller is selling it under these conditions and the new owner will decide.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So we just hope it's not a Chevron.
It will not be a Chevron. She doesn't want this. This property is important, so she's not going to sell it to somebody like that.
Weak attempted humor. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. All right, item 8C. We're considering the approval of ordinance 2022-28, adopting an amended schedule for outdoor irrigation under stage 4 of the city's water conservation measures and providing for an effective date. Mr. Bailey?
Yes, sir, Mayor, Council. I'm going to let Chris Canese present this item, and then I'll make a few comments afterwards.
Okay.
So if you'd go ahead, Chris.
Yes, sir. Chris Canese, Interim Director of Public Works and Utilities. After looking at and doing a little bit more research in regards to the watering times with our water conservation ordinance, looking at stage 4 in particular, with that research that we've done, instead of the way it's currently written in the ordinance to water in the evening hours, the research shows that it actually is more efficient to water in the morning hours, including the Texas Water Development Board and others. We've heard from some of the irrigators, and they recommend the same thing, more so from a disease that could be introduced into the lawns if that water lays on that lawn throughout the evening hours versus having it in the morning where it evaporates. Any water that is left on the leaves evaporates over the daylight hours. With that being said, that's the only change to this ordinance that we're recommending at this time. I'd also like to note that we're not saying that we're in stage 4. This is just a look at that more restrictive stage within our ordinance. But we are currently in stage 3, and I want to make that clear to council and to the public this evening.
So tonight is, should we go to stage 4, this is in the discussion about the specific hours.
Yes, sir. There's some additional discussion later in the city manager's report, but we'll give some additional information on our current situation and where we are with aquifer levels, and give a real detailed report on that. But at this time, we're just looking at changing the hours of irrigation for stage 4 from the evening hours, those 4 hours in the evening, to the morning hours, 4 hours in the morning.
But not going to stage 4.
The discussion for this particular item is not to go to stage 4. That's correct.
Okay.
So is there a difference, a major, I mean, I don't know, this is actually an education question. Is there a difference in evaporation rates between 5 and 9 in the morning and 8 to noon? Is it significant?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Especially when you're using some sort of aerial application to provide that to the lawn. Evaporation during daylight hours is a whole lot more so than during those early morning hours, 5 to 7 per se.
Right.
Also, the wind speeds are usually a little bit higher during the more daylight hours versus the evening and the early morning hours, which obviously increases evaporation rates.
But what about Mr. Hammerson's recommendation of 2 hours morning, 2 hours evening? Is that an equal consideration, or, I mean, in terms of the effective use of water is what I'm asking.
Yes, sir. It's not something that we really looked at as part of this change, to be quite honest, but definitely something to consider.
Right. When we changed the watering restriction stages back in 2013, 14, we looked at times in the morning, times in the afternoon. And when you look from Fredericksburg, mainly east, a little bit west, there are a lot of cities that have watering times within the same time frame that the city of Fredericksburg does. 5 to 9, maybe 6 to 9, 10 o'clock, the same, evening watering times. When we also established that, we talked to a lot of irrigation companies about methods of watering, because what we effectively did was reduce the overall watering time from 16 hours to 8 hours a day, 4 in the morning, 4 in the afternoon. And they indicated that 4 hours was really about the minimum if you want to generate that deep water that those roots need, and that water that can stay within the lawn for especially a week at a time. So, think about watering once for an hour in the morning, an hour at noon, and an hour in the afternoon. You might not be doing much good, but if you can do it all at once, you get that deeper watering that is more sustained, tree roots, your shrubs, and even grass. So that was why we made the decision to do that. And it would still be my recommendation not to divide that up 2 and 2, but just keep it 4. And I wanted to thank everyone for their input that sent us emails and called and so forth. I know Emily Kirchner also provided a little bit of research that she had done. And the most efficient time is the middle of the night. I think that you probably indicated that, Mayor, but I think this is the best option.
Right, only people with irrigation systems can do that.
That's correct. So I know that it's difficult for some people to get up at 5 or so, certainly, but we start running into that, evaporation rate increasing when we get closer to noon, and it's really just not that effective if we go too much longer past 11.
Watering in the middle of the night doesn't fit with what Mr. Canasi said. He said that it could cause diseases.
Right. That's exactly right.
Did I misunderstand?
In terms of evaporation rate, the middle of the night is the most efficient. In terms of avoiding
health of the
lawn,
Okay.
It is absolutely not. That's right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I'm sensitive to the feedback that I'm getting from people, and I'm sure you all have too. I'm not going to get up at 5 o'clock and haul hoses. They don't have irrigation systems. A lot of people don't. I don't. So the hauling of hoses and the sprinklers and that sort of thing, and then balancing that to what's the best use of the water for your yard and so forth. I mean, it's just, I want to make the comment that we're mindful of those things and trying to balance those things well. I don't assume that everybody has an irrigation system, so turn it on at 5 o'clock, what's the problem? I don't. I've hauled plenty of hoses and sprinklers in my time, as I'm sure you have. Say something?
But this wouldn't, as long as we stay in stage 3, this wouldn't change anything.
That's correct.
Right? This is only if we go to stage 4.
That's correct.
This is really trying to prevent that confusion of going into stage 4 with a set of restrictions that someone might look online and see versus, making this change ahead of that move so that it's very clear that what the watering time, the new adjusted watering time is.
Thank you.
And do you water? Everybody driven by his house lately?
Oh, within the hours, as stated in the ordinance.
Okay. So, our discussion tonight is limited to approving change of hours.
Changing the
That's correct.
ordinance. Well, I'll make a motion, we approve ordinance 2022-28. And if so, we'd like, schedule the outdoor irrigation stage 4. And also, I assume we will waive the second reading unless there's any objection.
So, the amended schedule is specifically 5 to 9 a.m.
Right.
I'll second.
All right, so a motion second to approve the ordinance 2022-28, adopting an amended schedule for outdoor irrigation under stage 4 of 5 a.m. to 9, 5 to 9 a.m. But this clarification, this motion does not put us into stage 4.
That's correct.
It just says when we go to stage 4, these are the new hours.
Or change anything in stage 3.
Right.
Doesn't change anything in stage
Right.
3.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Anything else on that, Mr. Bailey?
No, sir.
Okay. Now we're going to consider the approval of ordinance 2022-21, which is adopting and approving amendments to the city budget for the fiscal year beginning October 2021 and ending September 30th, 2022. If you're a regular attender, either online or in person at the city council, you'll remember that I think it was our first new council members meeting. This was on the agenda and we wanted to postpone it until we had further details because all of us were new. And so mid-year is not really mid-year. Clearly, October through September, this is not mid-year because we're halfway through July. But we asked staff to postpone it so we got better clarity on what we were looking at. And they had the opportunity to make the presentation clearer as well. So that's where we are. Council, my comment about this item is I am not recommending you do one thing or the other with regard to your discussion and questions. But I will say that we're going to be reviewing all of these things again real soon. And so enough said. All right, so is Krista going to lead this? Okay, go.
I'm Krista Wareham, Finance Manager. As part of our mid-year review for the adopted fiscal year 2022 budget, city staff has reviewed accounts and have identified material variances. Several wage accounts have been updated and adjustments have been necessary due to recent promotions due to the related retirements in those departments. We also have increased revenues as well as other increased expenses that we can review. City staff recommends that council approve the fiscal year 2022 budget amendments. I've prepared a short presentation that is basically an overview of the budget amendments that you received in your packet.
Correct.
So first, we'll cover the general fund revenues. These are the increases, total increase of 1.3 million. Basically, the largest one there you see is the city sales tax. That's the large blue section, 66% of the total adjustments.
So wait, is that a mistake at the bottom? Take us back. Yeah, 1 point general revenue increase of
1,324,000.
Yeah. Is that the way that's generally presented? Is that the way that's generally presented?
We generated this graphic specifically for this meeting, but
Yeah, no, but 1,324K. That
oh no, I think that's finance lingo. I'm not familiar with it. Looking exactly like that myself.
I've never seen that. Okay, thank you.
Moving on, general fund expenses.
47% of the general fund expense increase is wages, tax, benefits. The increase relates to the city manager and police chief transitions. Other items, we have municipal court adding additional lease space, fuel cost increases, computer software maintenance, insurance and bonds, car allowance, and due to timing, some equipment that was budgeted in 2021 was delivered in 2022. Next, we'll talk about enterprise funds. The largest there you see is the landfill fees increasing. Sanitation revenues are up compared to budget, 2 million versus 1.6 million that were budgeted. So total increase of 700,000 for enterprise fund revenues. Enterprise fund expenses. Again, we're seeing some increases with the wages, tax and benefits, as well as maintenance and operations. There are some capital project increases, and the actual number I'm showing there is 41,000, but that number is offset with a reduction in a project, the Friendship Lane sewer expansion. There's 500,000 savings in that category, so that's with the net of that adjustment.
Krista, is the computer software, is that the accounts payable software total?
Yes. Yes, actually, there was also something else on the computer software. Let me just take a look at my notes. No, I guess that was it. It must have been on the general fund. And then lastly, we have the special revenue funds. Revenues are up for hotel occupancy tax, 800,000. And we did have an adjustment. FEMA denied a grant of 28,000 for emergency management. And then expenses that are up with those revenues are hotel tax distributions. The 36,000 had been approved previously through council. And then a little bit of computer software and as well as fuel costs there as well. So net change on special revenue, 727,000. So overall, we're having an increase of revenue of about 2.8 million, with your expenses raising 699,000. So net there's 2,096,000. So basically what this PowerPoint has done, I know you all had a lot to look at with the Excel spreadsheet, so we just kind of tried to summarize it and put funds that are comparable together.
Thank you for that. So simplifying is always appreciated to me.
All right, so we can open it up for questions.
So it looks like that the last council lobby was very conservative in budgeting certain revenues because you didn't know what was going to happen, I'm assuming.
That's correct.
Yeah. I mean, with the COVID rebound, I mean, I see the
Sales tax.
sales tax revenue. I noted that of all categories, the increase in gas, oil, lubrication, that kind of stuff counts for 24% of the entire increase. Yeah, you're all shaking your heads like, yep, that fits with what I'm doing at home. Any other questions, Council? President.
I'll move to approve as presented.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve this amendment as presented. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Krista. Appreciate it. Where are we?
9B.
Thank you. Consider and discuss. Thank y'all. Read my mind. City's electric rate study from Schneider Engineering. Mr. Knazy.
Good evening. As part of the last council discussion previously in FY22, we talked to council extensively about electric rate study. The last electric rate study that was completed in 2013. So we really needed to look at our expenses, as just mentioned, gasoline expense and other material expenses continue to increase as we've seen not only this year, but in previous years as well. So really taking a look at that operation and maintenance expense, but also looking at capital expenses as well. So we hired Schneider Engineering. Schneider Engineering does a lot of work for us on the electrical systems, looking at all of our reporting that was required now to Public Utility Commission, looking at our overall load analysis within our system, looking at our capital projects and so forth. This evening we have Ramsey with Schneider Engineering here to speak with us. I'd also like to point out that Lee Stubblefield, our electric department superintendent, is here as well to answer any questions you may have after Ramsey's presentation. So with that, after Eric gets the presentation hooked up here, turn it over to Ramsey and he'll present our rate study that he's completed for us.
Your name is Ramsey?
Yes, it's Ramsey Kripe. I'm a senior consultant with Schneider Engineering. Ramon Estrada is also here as well. He was the analyst that did a lot of the work towards putting this all together. Thank you for having us tonight. This is the culmination of about 5-6 months worth of work. Looking at your rates, budgets, expenses, a lot of going through trying to understand inflationary pressures and how that's impacting electric budgets, which of course that's with the state of inflation today, it's one of those things that we're only about as good as that second that we make the forecast, and then it all changes and goes up a little bit more. So we've made a couple recommendations tonight based on the best information available, with the caveat that inflationary pressures are a very real thing, causing very real issues in our industry. So as Chris mentioned, the last cost of service study was 2017, right?
2013, I believe.
2013,
HDR
sorry.
completed. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we're looking 9 years ago, and that was based off of 2012 data, fiscal year 2012. We based this off of fiscal year 21. So again, this is time that we generally look at about every 3 to 5 years doing one of these studies, and so we're a little overdue. And it's just generally good practice. It's a great way to maintain the health of the electric system, make sure that you don't have different subsidization between rate classes, and make sure that overall you're recovering the revenue that you need to recover to effectively, safely, reliably operate the electric system. I've thrown a couple of key terms and words up here just to kind of give you an overview. The key thing is that these are tools to help city administration, city staff, city management understand how the different rate components and different revenue components interact with the costs that the electric system incur. It's generally good utility practice to follow the recommendations, but in no way is it a binding. You are your rate making authority essentially. But we had a couple of goals in mind. We needed to run a 5-year forecast. What are your expenses over the next 5 years? Design rates to meet those. Make sure that you stay in the black. Don't fall into a deficit situation, and make sure that your rates align with good utility practice. Keep rating agencies happy. All of these other pressures that you have to deal with that are indirectly supported by utility rates. Any questions so far before we dive in? Okay. These are our key findings. Overall, you were under-recovering a little bit by about $500,000 when we looked at your costs and expenses for fiscal year 2021, with residential being subsidized a little bit by the small commercial and small commercial rate classes. They were offsetting a little bit. Large commercial was slightly under recovered, but overall, you were within about plus or minus 5% within each of your rate classes, which is generally where we like to see things. You'll notice that residential solar is up there. You do have residential solar customers, and you'll notice that that is well outside of that 5% threshold. That's more of a driver of a very small sample size. When we run these cost of service and rate studies, we're generally looking at your large number of residential customers, your large number of small commercial customers, large commercial customers, and relating that to their usage. Solar customers don't behave in that same way as some of those others, and so that's why you're seeing that discrepancy there. Again, it's not a significant issue at this point because it's, less than $10,000 in the total $12 million budget. So we built out our 5-year forecast. This is inclusive of your capital improvement plans, inclusive of inflationary pressures to the best of our knowledge. Accounts for variations in revenues and expenses, so particularly as it applies to projected customer growth and load growth, and helps kind of guide where those rates need to be overall to meet those future demands. These are a lot of numbers, but we've highlighted a couple key lines for you. That's the total revenue. That's that top blue line that we forecasted. You have the O&M total. That's the second blue line on the screen. Let's see. The second blue line on the screen. The third blue line is the non-operating revenues or expenses. These are things like bond payments. And then your grants and transfers total. So that's transfers from the electric fund to the general fund. That's primarily what that line is. And then that bottom line is kind of that key number that we look at. What is the total rate revenue? And this it doesn't account for any rate adjustments. This is just your base financial forecast. And what we're seeing is as we forecast out over the next 5 years, the electric fund's in a negative position, which indicate that we need to have a rate increase to make sure that we remain as revenue neutral as possible and meet those expenses. We've already discussed a lot of this slide. The key thing is this graph is that bottom line on the financial forecast showing that net negative position. One thing that we would like to highlight, though, is that your power cost recovery factor, which is a floating portion of your rate designed to work towards managing, just passing through your wholesale power costs. That is recovering things very well, and we don't need to really look at that at all this time. So as we look at what sorts of rate adjustments we need to make, there are a couple of goals in mind. The first of these is you have about $1.25 million in capital expenditures over the next 5 years. This is your growing system. There are a lot of things that you need to invest in, but you have a lot of things that need to be replaced on the system as well. So overall, it's not out of line for a city of your size, but it's not something that it's something that needs to be addressed. Again, that inflationary pressure on O&M keeps coming back over and over, and then we want to make sure that we maintain that transfer rate so that the general fund isn't impacted by decreases in electric revenue as well. So with that kind of takes us towards adding about $280,000 per year in O&M over the next 2 years, additional to help account for some of those inflationary pressures, and an additional roughly $667,000, $668,000 in capital improvement. Any questions before we get into rates? Okay, so these are what we are recommending or proposing that you consider adoption. I don't think there's anything for action tonight, so these are just for discussion purposes. Your current rates are listed under the current column. There are two rate components that you have. You have a customer charge. So if you use 0 kilowatt hours a month, you've basically gone and shut off the breaker. You're still going to pay at currently $11.36. The second charge, the energy charge, this is $1 per kilowatt hour charge. This varies on a per kilowatt hour basis. So as you use more energy in a month, that's going to be a multiplying factor. So 1,000 kilowatt hours is going to end up being, sorry, it's been a long day.
That's okay.
It's going to end up being, it's going to end up being about $14, $14.40 for 1,000 kilowatt hours. So 0.0144 times 1,000 would be $14.40. This is not inclusive of your PCRF, which is that floating part that we already discussed and already alluded to. Like I said, we're not planning on touching that. And then additionally, nothing in the PCRF goes back to the city. This is that PCRF portion is all towards paying your wholesale power suppliers, paying ERCOT market fees, whatever you get billed gets collected in that and then passed back and paid on your bills. So, anyway, we're proposing one single rate adjustment at this time, and that is going to address. We'll get into exactly how that impacts the financial forecast. But looking at moving the customer charge for residential customers up to $15.34, so about it's just under a $4 increase, and then increasing from 0.0144 to 0.0195. You have the tables in front of you, so I'm not going to go through all of the other rate classes, but all rate classes kind of bear that rate increase equally.
So, Ramsey, am I correct in this is a 35% increase? And we won't need another increase over the next 5 years. Is that what I'm
right? You won't need another increase over the next 5 years, and we'll get exactly into what the rate impact looks like on the next slide.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no. You're asking, that's why you're on the council, you're asking the right questions. So this is an average residential customer uses about 1,000 kilowatt hours a month. This is what we generally benchmark against. And you'll see that right there at the top, 1,000 kilowatt hours. There are two columns, current and proposed. You see the individual rate components broken out, inclusive of the PCRF this time. So you have the 1136, the 0.01442 for the energy charge, and then your current PCRF is about 0.06912 per kilowatt hour. And so when you sum those together, you get that 0.08354. So the sum of that for an average 1,000 kilowatt hours is about $94, $95 for an average residential customer. What we're proposing, it would take that up to about $104. So overall, it's about a $9 increase, which is not insignificant. But again, you haven't had a substantial rate adjustment since 2013. So it's 9 years, which is a testament to how you operated your system and really work to maintain a tight belt.
Sharon, I didn't get your 35%. What number are you looking at?
I was looking at from the current from the 1136 to the 1534, but when you go to the residential bill impact, it's only like a 9.5% increase, I think, if I'm.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Let me ask you, when you say 1,000 kilowatts, I guess, what is an average house?
It's about 1,000, maybe 1,100. Is that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Laura or Lee, do you all know the answer to that?
Well, where does 1,000 fit? How many large commercial customers do we have? You know, offhand? Dozen? I'm sorry, Laura, what?
So that she could get it, but she doesn't have it.
Okay, I'm just looking for a ballpark. I won't hold you to it. I'm just curious.
Mayor,
Is
it
it
might,
dozen?
might be right around a dozen.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Ramsey. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, these are important questions, need to be asked. So, financial forecast updated now with the new rates. Overall, what you'll see in that bottom blue line is that with these rate adjustments for fiscal year 2023, we get really tight, 3,000 net positive, but you're still in the positive. It gets a little bit bigger out in the outer years, to close to 675, almost 700,000 once we reach year 5. Those are numbers again where we're in that time frame of we need to probably look at rates again just on a regular cycle. And if it ends up coming in that you are collecting 700,000, over collecting 700,000, then it might be time to do a rate reduction and pass some of that savings back to customers. But with current inflationary pressures, I don't think you have that option necessarily. And that's part of the reason why we're recommending a one-time rate adjustment rather than spreading it out over a couple of years. And I think this is one of those big things that kind of just point to how well you manage your system, where you are now versus against a couple of other Central Texas electric utilities. So we have up here, Fredericksburg is twice. You have your current, which is the far left bottom, and then your proposed, which puts you right on the lower end of the middle part of the graph. But we have KPUB, San Marcos, Llano, Central Texas, Bernie, Mason, Phelps, Luling, and Georgetown. I think where you end up falling with this rate adjustment puts you in a very good category. With the key thing with electric rates is, being the cheapest is great. It's great advertising, but if you can't operate your system effectively or reliably, then that causes issues. So as long as you're competitive while providing that high quality customer service and reliable service and safe service to your customers at a really competitive price. I mean, KPUB San Marcos have a couple different advantages that over you, that they get that flexibility. So you're up against some very tough competition that is below you, but you're definitely better than even your neighboring co-op. And then Bernie's and Mason and such, as you get more expensive, go further up the line.
Ramsey, is CTEC, is that a system-wide number?
Yes,
or is that Fredericksburg?
they have a system-wide rate.
Okay, so people that live in Fredericksburg that have CTEC power are currently paying $107.70.
That is correct. We confirmed it with their finance director just to make sure.
All right. Even with the proposed increase, we're still less than CTEC within the city limits.
For now.
For now.
What about the other variables that impact the bottom line, like the CIPs and the transfer rates and so forth of both cities? Is it apples and apples?
No, every city is a little different. Yeah. So it depends on tax rates, not hotel motel, but sales tax, all of those things that mix into the general fund. Some cities do something called indirect transfers, where they bill like the city manager and the finance directors directly to the electric department. So they're 1/3 electric department employees essentially. There are lots of different ways to speak to it. Clinton can probably speak to it as the professional city manager a little bit better than I can, but we see a lot of different ways that you can approach transfers, capital improvements, are generally a little bit more uniform. You have to spend money on bucket trucks, poles, transformers on a relatively routine basis. But how you do transfers, there are lots of different ways to. I'd say there are more varied ways to approach that than CIP plans.
What about our bonded debt? This might be a city question, but like what's our balance on that? Because we're paying off $500,000 every year-ish.
I can list the projects that are on that debt. It's the electric department building that was just constructed a couple of years ago. We're in the process of changing out our electric meters currently. That was financed over a duration of time. And then the other big project, this isn't a debt project, but we had the Main Street decorative light replacement project, which was a huge capital project. Again, paid for it in cash, but brought that balance down a little bit. But the two finance projects that I'm aware of is the electric department building and the meter change out.
Can you give a cost for the electric department building and meter change out? I don't remember the numbers.
The meter change out was about $1 million, and the electric department building was about 2.3 million.
And decorative lighting about 240, 250.
I think it was closer to about 600,000
total.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
2 phases.
That looks like our capital improvements in 20 and 21, we didn't have any. All right?
He's looking at the chart on slide 13.
Where they were flat.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. I think it has to do with Ramon, It has to do something with, I think when we went back through and built it out, looking at maybe using your trial balance worksheet, which is what we use for the basis of our cost of service study. That capital improvement plans, capital improvement accounts generally get wrapped into operations, the actual operation, or an account, a direct account on the they're not line itemed as a capital improvement unless it's a special project, I believe. That is, am I representing your trial balance appropriately?
You're referring to like the principal and interest for the lease purchase?
On our sheet, no, the actual cost of the project. So the installation of the.
Can you go to slide 7?
I think it would just wrap up into the expense portion of the pre-existing, or the old budgets.
Right. So you see
a capital project, it would show up as an expense in previous budgets.
Right. So it should show up. That's what I was trying to get at. It should show up in the O&M line, rather than in the capital improvement plan line, because at that point it's getting billed to the actual it's no longer an investment. This is starting to get into finance and accounting. I'm a policy guy, so this is starting to get out of my area of expertise. But yeah, you said slide 7.
Slide 7 makes it look like there's no capital improvement projects in 2020 or 2021. But you've answered the question, but I think that's what that slide under right in the middle of the page, capital improvement, if you look at 2020 and 2021, looks like there's no expense there. And I think you've answered it.
Right. It should be showing up in that electric service expenses line that's directly underneath O&M.
Do you recall how long we've been operating at a deficit or under?
We're showing the past couple of years. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but we can go back and pull those and get those to you. What other questions do you have? I know it's a lot and it's not very exciting, but.
Well, I think what I would really want to know, what's the bottom dollar to the individuals out there? Because that can be shocking to some seniors.
Yes, definitely, and that's something that we try to be cognizant of when we do these rate adjustments. It's balancing the impact to the customer versus making sure that the utility can continue offering the level of service that it has historically. And that's the, that's the difficult thing that the difficult choice that we have to consider with that. And so that's what we tried to do here. We can definitely run the numbers at 1,200 kilowatt hours, which is what I believe Lee said was a little bit closer to more representative of the average residential. I would be concerned if we were to adjust things too much for the residential commercial classes, because what that would risk forcing higher rate increases on the small commercial and large commercial rate classes to offset that decreased revenue from the residential customers. And once we start getting into that, then we're getting into a question of subsidization, and which has other policy and revenue implications on the operations of your system. So I understand you're in a very difficult position. We tried to be cognizant of that. We can definitely get you the updated numbers, but I would be reticent to recommend straying too far or decreasing the residential rate increase too substantially.
And to add to that, council, this is a presentation of their findings. As we get more involved in budget discussions with y'all, I know we have a meeting on Friday. We can talk about this in a whole lot more detail, but we wanted to present this information to y'all, so y'all had a little time to think about it. And there's a lot of stuff. We're throwing a lot of numbers at you in this presentation, but as part of our budget discussion for FY23, which that first meeting with y'all is Friday morning, we wanted to get this information to you prior to that meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Item 9C, consider and discuss a presentation on 2 hotel conference center proposals received in response to a request for proposal. Did you have some preliminary comments?
Sure, Mayor, Council. So the city did solicit for proposals for a hotel and conference center. On March 22nd of this year, we received 2 proposals by the deadline of April 22nd. A proposal from DC Partners and one from the Freedom Development Group. I've included the RFP in the packet. The council has been briefed on both of the RFPs. According to the RFP, from this point, the city council will tonight listen to presentations from each development group. About a half-hour presentation total each. We'll have the opportunity to ask questions. And then there will be some discussion at the end for picking a date to either select a development group and begin negotiating a contract with them, or reject both proposals. So again, there's no action that will be taken tonight. These are purely presentations. Mayor, there is no order of the presentations. I provided you with a penny. Whatever your preference may be, heads or tails, I think that's probably the most fair way to move forward.
Okay.
So I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point. Otherwise, proceed.
Clarify for me the 2 names of the developers. The different names. There's
DC Partners.
DC Partners.
And I think the Freedom Development Group is also going by Artisan Group.
What do you prefer?
Artisan?
That's easy for me if that's okay. Okay, so DC Partners and Artisan. Okay. And DC is the one that's considered at the Y of 290 and 87?
Correct.
Okay. And then Artisan is out of Freedom. Well, we can go in alphabetical order. Does it matter to you? Anybody? Okay, Mr. Artisan Group.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, the council and management and staff of the city. I'm Steve Wilde, president of Fredericksburg Development, Inc., which is the developer of Freedom Development. And it's our distinct pleasure to be here tonight to present our proposal to you for the possibility of the Artisan Hotel on the hilltop located on our property, approximately 2 miles from downtown. Before I do that, though, and before we launch into that proposal, my family and I really want to thank everyone associated with Fredericksburg, city management, all of the staff, for all of the cooperation and good fortune we've had in being here since we first contracted for the first piece of property in April 2015. Our group is led by our management partners, Skip Preble and Thomas Peterson, and our hotel development partner will be Bill Shove. And we look forward to the possibility of you all ratifying the request for proposal, tax incentives, and being able to work with you as we develop further into the future, the economic future of Fredericksburg. We already are significantly invested in that, as you may know, but we are really looking forward to this opportunity to become more so. Thank you for the chance to speak tonight. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Skip Preble and Bill Shove to actually present our proposal to you all.
Thank you very much and good evening. I'm Skip Preble, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I'm responsible for the day-to-day development operations at Freedom, where we're proposing that the new hotel and conference center be located. I'm by training a real estate economist, and I've been involved in real estate development, real estate consulting, and appraisal for about 40 years. And I've been in the Hill Country working for about the last 30 years. I have a tremendous amount of experience in this kind of economic development, and I'm really pleased to say that based on my experience, I believe that the Fredericksburg market needs this convention center in order to make a move from being a seasonal weekend destination to a more of a steady, managed economic base. I'll also describe in further detail how the proposed Artisan Conference Center at Freedom can help you accomplish this goal. In my presentation, I want to share with you what I see as the 5 benefits to the Conference Center Hotel. So I'm going to go to the first click here. The main thing of number one, now is a very good time to develop this conference center. The reason being is that there is it's going to take about 3 years to be able to develop this. And it's going to be well positioned to respond for market share once the development is actually finished. Their group meetings reportedly are being recovering from the COVID panic. And this project is going to be built as a pandemic-proof facility. We are also hoping to have a little bit of room in terms of cost. From if there is a little bit of a downturn, it might help us in terms of the construction cost on this. But more than anything, we're thinking in terms of supply chain issues being resolved and our ability to be able to provide the product within that period of time. All right. I've got something going on here with this. I'm not sure what it is. Let's go to this. Okay, I'm just going to hit the arrow. It's all right. Benefit number 2, we're going to provide much needed affordable housing for the employees. We have arranged for a master lease group of houses, 40 of them that will be built in a new project about 3.5 miles from the project. We're also going to master lease 20 at least units out of the Verandas apartment complex that's going to be built to the immediate east of this project. We also believe that the presence of a 4-star hotel such as this will actually draw some of the short-term rentals out of the short-term rental market and back into the rental marketplace. We also, my friend Bill Schoaf is here, we selected Lifestyle Hotel Group to be the manager here. He has tremendous experience in rural market hospitality facilities. Park City, Utah, Rosemary Beach, Florida, they were able to actually recruit a full set of employees from the outside. We're able to provide housing for them, and basically they brought their own employees to the marketplace. Freedom's the best location for the conference center, in our opinion. About 2 or 3 years ago, the Goodman Company was asked to provide a study for parking conditions in Fredericksburg, focusing on Main Street, and then also to suggest solutions. There was a lot of things that came through on that, but primarily that they even discussed before we were even on the table. They suggested that there would be a serious benefit having attractive development on the south end of town off of 87. That it would provide a secondary source of traffic. It would also allow traffic going to the hotel to be diverted from or kept off of Main Street. You could also have parking there at the site and be able to have transportation back and forth and mass transit, and that would help a tremendous amount with the parking issues and the congestion issues. And also they would allow any further development on either end of Main Street would only simply draw people through Main Street again, going back and forth. Also, this is a kind of a graphic of what was discovered in the HVS study. All of these hotels, pardon me, all the hotels that are circled in there are along the Washington Street corridor there. And the only one that really is outside of that, besides the new one being built on Main Street, the title, but is the La Quinta. So fundamentally we have a hospitality corridor there already. And so any efforts that we can put into providing a private shuttle system connecting the southern end down near Freedom with Main Street running back and forth is going to do a tremendous amount of good, particularly if it's an effective shuttle system that can be regularly counted on. Now, one other thing, the visitors can directly access most of the wineries via Friendship Lane without going through Main Street. And that would account for either direction coming off of the north end of Washington or coming up from Freedom on the other side. Benefit number 4 is Freedom is ready for the construction center right now. We've invested over $25 million in the project already. All of the drainage structures in place. We have the Freedom Parkway has been completed. There's utilities in the street. As a matter of fact, the utilities are already to the perimeter of the property, so it's basically a greenfield site. We've completed all the traffic studies that are going to be required for this. There will be a traffic signal at Freedom Parkway and US 87 when the commensurate amount of traffic triggers it. But we've already bonded the completion of the traffic light. It'll be done as soon as it's required. And we also can handle all the construction equipment, materials, basically all the mess that typically goes with a project of this size on site without interfering with the street and without interfering with US 87. This is the one that was kind of fascinating to me. I guess I'm a numbers guy, but the financial benefits of the artisan to the city of Fredericksburg. First and foremost, I think it's important to note that no tax revenue from the city of Fredericksburg is being asked for. There's none that will be used. The tax incentive proposed for the artisan is strictly from revenues that ordinarily would go to the state of Texas. And the state of Texas passed an ordinance or a law that allowed for the allocation of this revenue from the hotel occupant, the hot tax, the allocation of that back to the city for the construction of conference center hotel type properties, primarily in rural areas. As a matter of fact, Fredericksburg got some specific allowances in there to help out with the construction of that were very beneficial. The incentive is only available to hotels with conference centers. So this is not going to be able to be used for a Hampton or anything like that. It's going to be a conference center only. The city will collect a total of $15.6 million from the hotel occupancy top, their share of it, during the first 10 years of the project. The reason that's relevant is that the rebate subsidy from the state runs 10 years. From year 10 on, the city tax revenue will be $1.8 million annually from the Hardison Hotel operations. Now, one of the things that we talk about is economic multipliers. When you have a project like this that is typically not, there's no one who's going to be moving here going to school. There's no one, it's new revenue to the city. The economic multiplier from this is usually about 7 times gross revenue. And that's using the 1.5% sales tax rate and $298 million in estimated revenue over the first 10 years of operation. From that, we come up with a calculation of added sales tax revenue to the city over that period of about $31.3 million. The calculation's right there, or about $3 million a year. As a point of reference, this year, the 2022 sales tax budget that was on the website the other day was budgeted at $7.5 million. So there's actually 1.8 plus about 3 million. So it's about a $4 million increase in the sales tax revenue from this operation. Also, due to the operations, the project positioned as an anchor on the south end of the project, we would expect to see quite a bit of small business growth along Washington, as opposed to as you know, Washington's kind of spotty. You know, it is. It has been for a while, but it really has been beginning to recover in there. We expect to see that change. And of course, the project's going to provide 165 year-round jobs, and those are good jobs and good paying jobs, and will be recruited from the outside of town into the city. We also are going to be providing a Hill Country Wine and Food Institute that will be subsidized by or paid for by a charge on the hotel occupancy revenue out of our side of the revenue. And it will fund about $1.5 million. The idea being to fund educational opportunities for people, young people who want to be involved in the wine business or hospitality business and want to make that a career for themselves. So, and then the last one is what I call the bonus benefit. Freedom's already the only Southern Living inspired community in Texas, but we've been selected to be the site for the Southern Living hotel chain. Will be part of the Southern Living hotel chain. And also, there is a store in primarily in resort areas in the southeast of the Southern Living store. They do very well. It's kind of a destination. It is a destination type store, and has done extremely well. We feel like the readership of the that the 13 or so million people who read Southern Living are really very uniquely plugged into Fredericksburg. I mean, it's been proven over time. Fredericksburg has been on the cover of Southern Living more than any other town, except for, I think it's up here, Beaufort, South Carolina. One of my favorite cities too, but they have a very strong propensity toward it. And I feel like that we call it the trifecta of the Southern Living store, the Southern Living promotion for the hotel chain, and then also the Southern Living inspired community is going to be very positive, and it'll be viewed positively by Southern Living. Can't promise anything, but they certainly will have a vested interest in it. So that's my presentation here. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak to you. Yes, sir. Yes, absolutely. We absolutely can. Okay. Very good. Bill Schoaf is going to come up and make his presentation here now. Right. Thank you very much.
Pardon me? I just need whatever you had up there before.
He was where it was.
Where do I control it? Here? Good evening. My name's Bill Schoaf, and I'm with Lifestyle Hotel Group. I'd like to thank you also for allowing us the time to present to you what we think is a unique, tailor-made hotel product for the city and the citizenry of Fredericksburg. This hotel was envisioned and programmed and designed with the idea of reflecting the culture and heritage of your great city. Over 175 years, you folks have earned a great reputation in the state of Texas. And seeing as my family was in Lockhart in 1834, I'm quite familiar with this part of the world. We have had a lot of fun putting this project together, and we're very excited about it. In a nutshell, you're going to have 150 hotel rooms and 48 what we call Sunday house units, which are part of a zero lot line family deal. 4 food and beverage operations, over 20,000 square feet of interior private event space, over 7,000 square feet of exterior private event space. The Artisan Life Studio, which I'll explain later, 7,500 square feet of wellness center, a spectacular lagoon pool, and 900 parking spaces. The branding for this is 2 brands. First one is Southern Living Hotel Collection, and the second one is Preferred Hotels and Resorts. This slide gives you an idea of one of the great luxuries of this project. And that luxury is that the developers of Freedom have allocated almost 56 acres for this village complex, which means we have the luxury of land. We have the luxury of allowing this facility to embrace, as you can see on the entrance area, the traditional large parkways that you find in all your downtown areas. There's a lot of greenery. In this piece, I wish I had the pointer working. Let me give it a try. Oh, look, no, there you go. Oh, now I'm screwed up. All right, let me try from here. How's that working? There we go. Okay, here, that is a half an acre of planted working vineyards. Here is organic gardens that will be put to use as working gardens for our kitchens and our area. We are very clear and very focused on making sure that this hotel reflects the agricultural and distinctive heritage, old and new, of the Fredericksburg area. This is the master plan, and again, let me do my best not to be too wiggly. Look, I have to stop doing that. So, 56 acres. This area here, which is the senior multifamily residential area, is 24 acres all by itself. as we go along, this is where the hotel is located in the center of the village campus, along with the Sunday houses. Over here is where the Peterson Medical Facility is, with additional space for them to grow more office space for medical. As we come up into this area, this is the retail area, which is 29,000 square feet. And right here is where the flagship Southern Living store will anchor that. Additionally, anchoring that is what we call the back porch entertainment venue. As we move along down and farther in, I wanted to take a moment to explain to you how the floor plan works here and where our spots are, because as we get farther in, I'm going to explain to you what the dynamics of each of these outlets is. So primarily what we have here is the hotel and the entrance. Now, you'll have to bear with me because in my little group, words mean a lot to us. They're very important. So we don't have clients. We don't have customers. We have guests. We don't have associates and employees. We have colleagues. We don't have banquet rooms. We have private event spaces. And we don't have a lobby. We have a living room. And the reason we have a living room is because when our associates, our colleagues think about a living room, they think about bringing our guests in a warm and welcoming way. Words matter. So with that in mind, this is the entrance. We have two different entrances, one for the hotel and one for the catering space, for the private event space. That allows us to control traffic and in and out. As you go in, this is the living room, and coming down, you have the artisan studio, you have the private event space here, and then you have the farmhouse grill here, the wellness center there, and the outdoor lagoon area here. When you go up to the next slide, this is the second and third and fourth floor. Basically, you have nothing. You have traditional hotel rooms here. As you go to the fourth floor at this end, you have the Red Sun rooftop bar, which is indoor and outdoor and will give you unbelievable sunset views of the hills and the historic downtown of Fredericksburg. Going back to words, we don't run hotels. We run restaurants with rooms. Why? Well, when people get together and celebrate, when people get together to meet old friends or to make new friends, what do? You break bread and have something to drink. It's what every American in the world does. We eat and we drink when we have fun. It's what we do. This is the elevation of the front of the building, which we think is quite handsome. You can see the vineyards and everything else. And what I can tell you is, having been doing this for 4 decades, it's sticks and bricks. It's just a building. That doesn't make a great hotel. What makes a great hotel is what happens to your guests. What personal experiences do you create for that guest? How do they feel welcomed? What memories do you give them when they leave? So now I'm going to have to go pretty fast because my timer's on and I know I have to hit it. I'm going to take you through all our outlets very quickly at a broad level, at a high level, and try to explain to you what these are going to do. If you have questions afterwards, I can talk to you until tomorrow morning about all the fun things we want to do, but I'm going to move quickly as I can. The living room. The living room is the central gathering area. It's the connection to everybody that comes in and out of our property. You can see from these pictures, and these are pictures that will work, we have used the character and the materials and the thoughts that you find in Fredericksburg and the Hill Country throughout our building. As you move in, this is the Artisan Life Studio, which is a fully interactive workshop where our guests can get hands-on involved with finding out about wineries, distilleries, artisan breweries, cottage food producers, organic gardening, all of that stuff. There are going to be classes that are provided for cooking demonstrations, baking, wine tasting, bourbon tastings. This room has full capable audiovisual displays, including a full commercial kitchen. The Great Southern Bakery, which is also located off the living room, is pretty simple. Over 50 years of recipes from the master bakers at Southern Living that are going to be scratch made every day and provided to our guests and people in the local community. Farmhouse Grill, farm to market, hill country centric grill with a great bar. My great grandfather ran a bar in San Antonio that was called a saloon. So bars are kind of part of my DNA. And this is going to be a hell of a bar. Excuse me, ladies. It's going to be wood, carved, great selections of small batch whiskeys, bourbons, tequilas, mezcal, and it's going to be anchored by a wood burning kitchen. In addition to that, we're going to have food, and we're going to have food from our local farmers and our ranchers, and we're going to dig up old recipes from this part of the world and bring them to life in a modern era. This is a picture of the exterior of the restaurant, which has large windows, and you'll be overlooking the vineyards and the gardens. Below the restaurant is a wine cellar with private wine lockers for the local vintners to have their product on hand, as well as individuals. And we will have seating for up to 40 people in the wine cellar. The Red Sun Bar. Well, that's all based on a gentleman by the name John Mooseback, which I believe is how you pronounce it. And he was called El Sol Coronado by the Cheyenne, which means red sun. So this is all about him. It's our rooftop bar. It's on the 4th floor. It's indoor, it's outdoor. It's got fire pits, and you can watch the sunset over the hills and over the city. The back porch. The back porch, well, that's across the street where the retail is. And the back porch is your backyard party like you've never had before. It's going to have a large central lawn area ringed by food stalls and backed up with a bandstand with professional lighting and professional sound and a 25-foot magnetron screen where we're going to show the college football games, the NFL football games, other sporting events, but we're also going to be able to show classic family movies so that the kids can come and get a slice of wood-fired pizza or a burger, lay out on the grass under the starlight night and watch Freeze for the 457th time. Private events. Well, we are building a conference center, so what are we going to do here? 27,000 square feet of indoor and outdoor space. I had the great opportunity of spending an hour or so talking with Connie and Taylor and Ernie over at your CVB. And so I said to them, well, let's do a magic wand moment. If I was waving the magic wand, what would you want? And they gave it to me. And we listened and we put it into this program. Except Connie asked for 35,000 square feet of interior space. And I said, God bless you, but I don't know that I can get that to happen. But what I did promise her, and we did do it, is we've reserved 2 acres right next to this facility on the grounds of the hotel where we can expand the conference center if in fact she is right and if in fact we really do need 35,000 square feet. Also, what they asked for is that these spaces have a residential feel, that they're not your typical hotel, big box, no windows, boring interiors, and that they have great windows and outside lighting and outside decks and event areas. And all of that has been incorporated. This is a rendering of the conference center. And you can see the large windows and the fact that when people leave the meeting space, the they'll be able to stand outside and get a breath of fresh air and take a look at the countryside. Wellness center. In today's world, you cannot create a destination hotel or resort at a certain level without a wellness center. And it can't just be massage rooms and facials. It has to have state-of-the-art fitness. It has to have places for doing yoga and Tai Chi. And we're adding into this a dry bar hair salon and nail salon for our female guests. This is the wellness center is to the left of the restaurant in this rendering. The lagoon pool. Lagoon pool is what holds the back of this hotel together. It's a very substantial water feature. It's ringed on one side by the wellness center, the other side by the private event area, and fronts onto the living room. The reason for this is two. Because of our Southern Living clientele, we know that they're traveling in families, generational families. And we want to attract those families, and to attract a generational family, you better have something that makes the kids happy or nothing's going to work. Kids love lagoon pools. So we're going to give them a lagoon pool, and we're going to go after 4 to 5 day stays with our families from Southern Living. At night, this pool is going to become an art feature. Computer LED lights and fountains, so that while you're sitting in the living room at night, you're going to be looking at dancing water and lights. Guest rooms. Because we are fashioning this to address the decision makers in the Southern Living families, that's 80% female. This room is being designed to address the needs of the female travel. So as you look, you can see here in this bathroom, you have 2 sinks, one on each side, and a center seated vanity area with a large magnifying mirror and highly adjustable lights, so our female guests can have a proper place to get ready for the day. The showers will have hand wands as well as heads and a built-in bench. Now I'm looking at half the men in the room, and all the women, they all understand you don't. It's not important. It's all good. And then we have, as part of this, every one of our guest rooms has a private water closet. That's with a door. In the guest room, there is a proper desk, tons and tons of plugs, ultra high speed Wi-Fi, and a mini bar and coffee. And the mini bar will actually be priced at a reasonable rate. Then there's something that unfortunately my colleagues in the hotel business of late have started doing, which is they've been curtailing housekeeping. I don't understand that. I guess I'm too old for that. Me? I think when you go on holiday, you should have your room made up twice a day, not once. I think you should have it cleaned nicely in the middle of the morning, and somebody should come in after you leave for dinner and change up the towels and refresh the room. So when you come home, it's all nice and pretty. So we will have maid service twice a day, not once a week. The residences. The Sunday houses are 24 zero-lot line patio homes, 18 to 2,400 square feet, and they're designed so that they can be rented 2 units by each with a lock-off in effect. So we have 48 rentable units. These are targeted at families that are looking for multi-bedroom accommodations. They're targeted at female individuals that would come on a long spa weekend, or couples that are traveling together that want to have something more than just a standard hotel room. Last thing here on this part is safety. The safety of our guests and our colleagues is the single most important thing we think about. In 2020, the COVID-19 showed up. Everybody went into the hills. It's not going away. So pandemics and pathogens are out there, and we have to do something to make our buildings smart and safe so that people can feel secure. We spent 2020 and 2021 working with some of the best people we can to develop a fully spectrum protection that will eliminate 95 to 98% of all pathogenic viruses, airborne and on surfaces in our hotel. We will clean the air, we will clean the water, and we will clean the open spaces of airborne bacterial viruses. That will be part of our hotel. That's to protect our guests and to protect our colleagues so that we can all work and enjoy a safe environment. Branding and marketing. Who's the target market? 92% of all vacations are determined by the woman. Why is that important to us? Because Southern Living brings us 13 million very loyal, very dedicated subscribers, of which 80% of those people are female. So it's important to us. We are going to have the Southern Living Hotel Collection at the Artisan. We're going to have, it already is a Southern Living inspired community, and we're going to have a Southern Living store flagship. Fredericksburg would be the only community in the country with all three Southern Living lifestyle brands in one place. Why is that important? Well, Southern Living is your demographic. Southern Living people, Southern Living subscribers love small historic towns in the South. They live for them. They travel a lot and they really like places like Fredericksburg. And they not only like them, when they travel there, they like to learn about them. They like to be a part of the culture. They like to be respectful. They like to be nice. They like to enjoy it in a nice way because they have a great deal of respect for folks like yourself who have defended this town for 175 years and kept the history what it is. And Southern Living, contrary to popular belief, is not Grandma's magazine. It's Grandma's magazine and Daughter's magazine and Granddaughter's magazine. And they travel together. It's very normal to see two generations of families traveling from a Southern Living group, and not unusual to see three generations. What does that mean? It means that Fredericksburg is building their future clients with the granddaughter and the daughter. Grandma might have drug them here, but Fredericksburg will bring them back. And what does that all translate to? Last year, $9 billion was spent by Southern Living people on domestic travel. $9 billion. Half of those people spent at least one 3-day domestic trip. 2.2 million of them had 3 domestic trips. So we get them all excited and here they're coming, and how do we handle that? That's Preferred Hotels. I started working with Preferred Hotels when I was with Robert Redford at Sundance Resort. And that was in 1991, and they still have a contract there. Preferred Hotels is 650 independent hotels over 80 countries. It has 60 full-time dedicated salespeople and 29 individual regional offices. This company delivers because I've seen it deliver for over 3 decades. So Preferred Hotels is made up of some of the best independent hotels in the world, such as, you might be familiar with one of my favorite hotels, which is the Hotel Emma in San Antonio, a remarkable product. It's also a member with the Hermitage in Nashville, the Peabody in Memphis, the Lodge at Pebble Creek. The list goes on and on. In addition to that, there are boutique hotel companies that turn over their reservations and all of that backbone that they need to Preferred Hotels. And that includes the Montage Resorts and Hotels, which is one of the finest hotel companies there is walking around, and their sister hotel, Pendry. It's also good enough for the Wynn hotels in Las Vegas. And it's also handling a Salamander Hotels, which is a new group on the East Coast that have created 3 5-star hotels in the last 4 years. Group sales. They have 33 dedicated group salespeople in the preferred family. And they have 15,000 people in their, of the top meeting planners in their Rolodex of contacts. There are 11 leaders of the group sales office, of which Amy, who's the senior vice president, is actually headquartered in Houston and is so excited about the potential of a product here in Fredericksburg that she can't stand. These ladies represent over 260 years of hardcore experience selling groups. Community outreach. It is incredibly important to me that when we go into a community, we're good neighbors, that we earn your respect, and that we hopefully do a job that makes you proud of us. Very important. As Skip alluded to, one of the things we want to make sure is that our colleagues are well taken care of and that they have a sense of home and place, which is why we contracted for 16 affordable housing units. Those are 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. So basically, we're going to be delivering 130 plus brand new bedrooms for our employees, for our colleagues to stay in. In addition to that, we like to make sure that our colleagues stay with us, or if they don't, that they grow with us and go on and do great things in our industry. With that in mind, this is kind of my little pet project. We're going to create the Hill Country Food and Wine Institute. And the job of that and the charter of that nonprofit is to provide educational scholarships for the next generation of Hill Country hoteliers, restaurateurs, chefs, and winemakers. Additionally, we're going to establish an apprentice program at the hotel so that new hoteliers and restaurateurs can come to our hotel and learn from seasoned veterans and go on and create a career in our illustrious industry. How do we do that? It's pretty simple. We created this program at Sundance to fund the Sundance Institute, and it's still working. We donate $2 a room night to the endowment, and then we go to our guests and give them a nice education with a pamphlet in the room, and we see if maybe they wouldn't like to also chip in and match our pledge or more. On our calculations with the initial room nights just from the hotel contribution, there will be $1 million in 10 years for scholarships for the youth of this area to learn hospitality and winemaking. We think we can also raise another $500,000 from our guests, and all of that will go towards promoting the education of future hoteliers and restaurateurs and chefs and winemakers who have grown up and live in Fredericksburg or the neighboring areas, or like to move here because they're tired of Austin and tired of Houston and tired of Dallas. And they want to come here and practice their craft in a nice town. So I'm actually on track. I'm pretty proud of myself. So basically, one of the things I think we at Frieden and myself always try to do is my dad always told me a long time ago, don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. Well, we talked about the Southern Living Hotel Collection. That's a signed letter of intent that we will be a member of that from Southern Living. We said that we would have a flagship store with Southern Living, and this is a signed letter of intent that the flagship store will be at Frieden. We said that we would have Preferred Hotels handle our product. We have a signed letter of intent from them that they will also do that. This morning, I received a written commitment, conditional, from our financial partners that the equity for this project is in place and funded, conditioned on the fact that, one, the city were to go ahead and go forward with the RFP. 2, that we would be so lucky as to be awarded the RFP. And 3, that we can get a contract written up and signed. Those are the 3 conditions. We're also pretty proud of the fact that we have some great neighbors. And those neighbors consist of Coy Keller and the Allen Keller Company, and they wrote a nice letter about us to the previous city manager. But one of his quotes was, he said, "We've always been respected as a partner in their vision, and they have always done what they say they will do." Additionally, we have our neighbor across the street, Diane Eckhart, who has great peaches, as we all know. And she wrote, "As a neighbor over the past 5 years, I've been able to watch the meticulous planning and attention to detail that has gone into the work at Frieden. In closing, I would again like to thank you for your time and attention. It was my pleasure to present our vision, and I hope that we've given you some ideas, some reasons, and some thoughts as to why moving forward with this project in general is a good idea. It's what I think you need to do for this city for its future. And remember, it's 3 years away. What I would also ask is that you remember that the people at Frieden for the last 5 to 7 years have put their money and their efforts where their mouth is. Even in the middle of the pandemic, when everybody got in the foxhole, the folks at Frieden continued to move dirt, continued to put the infrastructure into the ground because they're here for the long haul. They have proven who they are. And lastly, I hope that you will see that they have assembled a group of people that are very passionate about what they do. This is not my first rodeo. It might be my last rodeo, but it's not my first. But if it is my last rodeo, I'm so excited about it, I can't tell you. Because when Kip called me and said, "Hey, we're going to put the band back together, what do you think?" I said, "Okay, I'm be on the plane tomorrow." Because this town is great. I fell in love with it the minute I first arrived here, and I drove down that main street, and every day I come back, I discover another restaurant down another street that I never knew existed. And I think, wow, this place deserves a great hotel. And that is what we will try to give you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So the next one is DC Partners. Who's speaking for that? I guess. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. So I have a comment. Tell me your name.
Sure. My name is Acho Izwike. I'm from DC Partners.
Okay. I think the direction from the city manager prior to the presentation was that each of you would have half an hour.
Yes.
Artisan was so proud of their project that they went 47 minutes.
Okay.
So you have 47 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Acho Izwike. I'm with DC Partners. We're a real estate and development investment firm based in Houston, Texas. And we're extremely excited to be here today to to give an overview of our project based on the RFP that came out a few months ago. And so we're excited to go through that, show you guys what we've been working on. We had a midway evaluation with the city, and we've taken into consideration a lot of their input, and we've brought that back, and we're excited to show you where we are today. I'll be going through some of the parts of the project, and the rest of my team will be up here talking as well. So you're not gonna have to hear from me the whole time. All right. So as you guys are aware, we're DC partners. We've been working with the Carr family for the last few months on their great site here, working with Scott and Ken. Just met his mother today, so that was also great. And so we have Houston EB5, which is our fundraising equity arm for our company. And we've also been working with Merriman Anderson Architects and Archcon, general contractors. A little bit about DC Partners. So we are, like I mentioned, a real estate development and investment firm based in Houston. We pride ourselves on landmark projects and landmark locations. And we truly believe we have something like that here in Fredericksburg as well. So we're excited about that. We have a strong success of doing luxury high-rise projects, luxury mixed-use projects in San Antonio, in Houston, and all over Texas. And we're excited to be here in the Hill Country to potentially do another project like that. But what makes us also unique is the fact that we've been able to raise equity for our projects through the EB5 program, which is a program where investors invest money in projects in the United States. It creates jobs for the community. So that's a way that we bring equity to our projects to where we're able to fund them quickly and get them to the finish line. And we'll talk a little bit about that later as well. But the project team from our side that'll be on the project, we have a good range of people here with varying experiences. We've been in real estate since 2010, where we started our company in Houston with our first high-rise project. And we've continued to expand throughout the state, and we're looking to continue to do that here. So we're excited about that. I'm going to turn it over to one of our development managers, Nick Gutierrez, to talk about some of our past projects that you guys might be familiar with.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having us. Pleasure to meet everyone. Like Acho said, I'm going to talk about a couple of our previous projects that we've completed or that are underway at the moment. So the most recent that we completed was in San Antonio. It's the Thompson Hotel and Arts Residences, comprised of about 162 guest rooms and 59 condominiums. Successful project. It opened last year. The condominiums were 100% sold out now, so that's awesome. We're proud of that. And on the hotel side of things, like I had mentioned, 162 rooms. There's a plethora of amenities. There's a rooftop sky bar, has a full-scale kitchen. There's a probably approximately 5,000 square foot ballroom. So we understand group sales is a big deal for this upcoming development. So we've had some experience with our ballroom there in groups, along with the 4th floor amenity pool deck. So it's got a full-fledged amenities at the property, 3-meal restaurant on the 1st floor, full spa. So we kind of hit all the amenities at this property. We're really proud of it. It's been pretty successful.
And I'll give a little bit more color as well. This is our first foray into the hospitality industry. We primarily were doing luxury condominium projects. So we took this as an opportunity to get into the hospitality field. We had an opportunity with a great site. We're at a great location in downtown San Antonio, right across from the Tobin Center. And then we got to really talk to different hotel brands and franchises and truly love that side of the business as well. But admittedly, we were nervous about getting into hospitality. So we took our condominium experience and combined that with the hospitality piece to help mitigate the risk of the project. And it's something that we really enjoyed, was being able to blend those two uses together. When we go to the hotel now, we have our condominium residents who are taking advantage of room service. They're taking advantage of the hotel amenities. They're eating at the restaurants. They have hotel accounts, so they get to charge and put stuff on their rooms like they're living like they're on vacation. And so that's something that we've seen to be very successful here, which we also want to bring to the Fredericksburg project.
Awesome. And real quick to mention last, not sure if everyone's familiar with downtown San Antonio, but the specific district that we're in here, right next to the Tobin Center, we try to play off some of the synergies and make sure that we, talk to the community beforehand, and also branded the resident side things after kind of the arts district that they have there. So it was a great project. Can I introduce you to the next one that's currently under construction? It's a mixed-use project, full-scale mixed use on a 6-acre site. We have a hotel condo portion at this site as well. It's close to a $500 million development overall. The tower consists of 99 condominiums. It'll be another Thompson Hotel, 172 rooms. Again, we'll have all the full-fledged amenities at this location. The ballroom will be as big as 10,000 square feet. We'll have a full amenity spa there as well. And again, multiple outlets for food and beverage, a 3-meal restaurant. That will all be consistent or considered within the tower portion of the project. Also a large-scale pool deck at that location. And then next door, we have a pavilion project. We call it the retail pavilion. This plays more into the mixed-use aspect of our project right now. Multiple restaurant tenants at this location, a fitness tenant. And again, we're really close to Buffalo Bayou, so we're taking that into consideration when we're developing this project and making sure that it kind of fits into its place in the Houston development community, carrying all the natural greenness of Buffalo Bayou and the walkability of that location into the project. So another one we're proud of, and it should be opening next year. Anything else? Okay, so I'm going to hand it off to Jennifer with Merriman Anderson. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jennifer Piquet Reyes. I'm a principal with Merriman Anderson Architects. This is our team that we are presenting for this project. We have quite a bit of experience working with cities and developing projects as a partnership with convention center, hotels, as well as mixed-use projects. We work frequently with developers and cities together, separately, directly for cities as well. And I will show a project in Grand Prairie, Texas. I don't know if you're familiar. It's called Epic Central. It is a mixed-use development that was originally a city project. It has several city buildings on site, as well as a large public amenity. We designed in partnership with the city and a developer retail pavilions, spaces, as well as mixed-use venues that have indoor-outdoor accessibility, as well as a large fountain system and display, and a dual brand hotel that is specific to what the city is looking for in that site. One thing that you will get with Merriman Anderson is a relationship. We do not expect to come here and tell you what you want. You won't walk around in any specific community and say that is a Merriman Anderson project. We want it to be something that is specific to the site and specific to the person that will be using it, the city, the developer, all of these people. That is very important to us. We pride ourselves on relationships. And I'm going to.
Oh, man, I know where you go. I'm Jeff Sachs with Arcon Corporation. Outside of Austin, we have offices in Houston and Dallas as well. So we're pleased for this opportunity to be a part of this team and potentially be a part of this project for the community. This is our current leadership for this project. We've done quite a few projects on the hospitality side and the multifamily side combined as well. So I'm the vice president of our multifamily side actually for the Central Texas region. So I'm not extremely familiar with all of our hospitality side projects, but we've done quite a few projects. This one was in Houston, Texas. Steve Ziegler is the VP of that project. I know it was it was an award-winning project that we had downtown Houston there. Everybody was really proud of that one. All right, now to the fun stuff. You have to look at the site and the concept plan. So I'm sure everybody here is familiar with the site. I think the mayor mentioned it as far as the Y there at the end of 1987. Project location here. And I'll let Jennifer kind of talk about what when we sat down and we first started looking at this project, we challenged architects to help come up with something that had a campus feel, something that looked like it'd been here forever, not just some new project, but something that looked like it's part of the town's fabric. And so that's how we're approaching this project. And so I'll let Jennifer kind of talk through some of the key points.
Sure. So as you're well aware, you're coming down 87. It's an extension of Main Street. What we are envisioning is an extension of Main Street in the retail and hard corner that you have here. As you come into the site, what you see is all of these opportunities that you have to engage with the site. As you, I don't know a pointer, but as you turn into the main drive off of 87, you see the hotel and the entry canopy. There are two different portions of the hotel as you can, does it point? Okay, perfect. Can you see that? So the idea is that this hotel draws you into the site and brings you around through. You have the main portion of the hotel tower in the immediate entry zone, but as you kind of come back into the site, there is a tucked behind a smaller boutique hotel as well as the Sunday houses that would be an extension of that boutique experience.
I'll talk a little about that part of the program. We wanted to have different feels of the hotel. Think Las Vegas. You have your tower suites. You have your other side. So different elements of a more higher end luxury experience here, and then more of a family oriented feel on the other end. Both with pools, both with activation, with two different experiences. And then Sunday houses to continue to play on the history of Fredericksburg, a Sunday house experience for your families, for your 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, to where you want something for a longer stay. So we still have that playing in the background as well. So there's two different feels from the hotel along with the Sunday houses.
So you see this circle drive as you come in through the entry. This is kind of our main hub, accentuating the hotel experience as well as the condo building, and extending that experience into the wellness and spa center. All of these guests and residents will have access to that wellness center.
Correct. And so playing, like I mentioned earlier, in our residential condominium experience, we wanted to bring in a purchase option for people that want to buy condominiums here in Fredericksburg. So we have 38 units that we're planning here for sale. And those will have access to the spa, the wellness program, something like a membership type program to where they can have access to that wellness center. It's about 15,000 square feet with fitness, pool, and wellness facilities. So we're excited about being able to have that and being able to have that interaction between the hotel, the condominium residents, and the wellness of the spa. And on top of that, the for rent multifamily affordable workforce housing is what we're looking to build here. Right now we have 220 units planned, but we'd like to be able to potentially do more to help solve some of the housing shortages that are here, help provide workforce housing. So the people that are going to be working here, where are they going to live? Just want to be able to build that on site for them to be able to do that, as well as solve some of the other hotels opening up in Fredericksburg. Where are they going to live? So we want to be able to provide that here on site as well.
The last thing that I wanted to point out in this, well, actually, I'm going to back off on that. There is an existing historic house on the site, a Sunday house, and we will be respecting that and utilizing that as a feature in our main grand entrance and transition space between the hospitality and the retail areas. The other thing that we wanted to talk about is Charlie, did you want to talk about that? Oh, sorry. Okay, I will transition over here. So we have the conference center located a little bit off the main hub. We want it to be more of a personal experience for those people that are planning their events there. We also want to provide kind of a break in these two buildings to enable indoor-outdoor events and utilizing this grand space that we will have on the more private side of the hotel.
And in addition to that, so just the whole interaction of the space, we see there's certain trolley stops here. We've had conversations with the operator for the Fredericksburg trolley, and they've been waiting for critical mass and demand to come back in order to bring that service back to the main streets of Fredericksburg. But in addition to that, they're open to having some kind of private trolley system set up for the hotel if need be. So they're open to both setups, but it's something that we do want to be able to implement here to be able to take people from this part of town into the main streets of town and online tours. We want to be able to utilize that and bring that back into existence.
So the one thing I will say about that is we would like for the people that are coming as guests to this facility to be able to park and not drive again. That's the idea.
And then you mentioned retail. We have about 29,000 square feet of retail that we're planning. Like I mentioned, 220 units of multifamily, which we are, excited to potentially discuss with the city about doing more to help solve some of the housing shortage. 200 in hotel keys, and then, like I said, 38 for sale multifamily units.
We are just beginning our exploration of what this property will look like in terms of the architecture. We don't have any visuals to show you today. I'm actually also the partner in charge of all of our historic restoration and preservation. So I love this city as well, and I really have a passion for the different types of architecture you have here. So that's something that I want to really embrace, but we're not ready to show those images at this time.
So I'm going to turn it over to our engineer to talk a little bit about some of the landscaping and water impact.
Good evening. My name is Brian Mask. I'm actually a landscape architect with Dunaway, and we're providing landscape architecture and civil engineering. And I just wanted to talk a little about, y'all have already hinted on it a couple times tonight, the challenge of water. And we're all feeling that pinch right now. And so as we looked at developing the site, LID is a great tool and a feature we always look at when we're developing projects. When water comes into the site, the old adage was, let's just get it out of here. It's a resource for us and it needs to be kept. And so you can see on the images on the left, a quick diagram of where is opportunity to collect runoff or to collect roof runoff or even condensate, and how can we use that? And so we've just created a real quick diagram showing roof runoff, condensate from the building, where we can look at opportunities to collect that runoff into a cistern, use it at rain gardens, and then also use it in bioswales, which take the water, hold it there, use it for plant material, and use it to enhance the site. And these can become great features, and there are actually also an opportunity to educate people. The picture on the right is at Pearl. Those are some rain cisterns that we've collected the roof runoff and use that for the landscaping around the site. The bottom image is a bioswale that we did at a parking lot, which is the picture on the right that shows a bioswale. And we collected all the runoff from the parking into a feature that we didn't have to irrigate. We were able to use that runoff, use the right types of materials, plant materials, and that's actually been sitting there about 3 years, and it's been a very successful project for the city. The other thing we wanted to emphasize was material selection in the site. The reason we came to Fredericksburg was the beauty of Fredericksburg, and so why would you make it somewhere else? And so what we're going to do, and we've done several projects in the area, is pull the beauty that's already here. It needs to be Fredericksburg, so the materials need to be local. I do a picture of a piece of driftwood in there. A simple piece of driftwood can go a long ways to understanding what are the materials and what can we use that's local and not bring materials in from California and other countries. It helps the community feel part of it, and it's very important when people come to Fredericksburg that they want to feel part of that community. The other thing is we want to talk about plant material. I mentioned the LID components of trying to collect the runoff. Well, the other thing is we want to select plant material that can handle these drought periods and these drought times. A lot of the native plant material that you already see around here do that. So pull plant material, native grasses and other materials into that setting that we've just selected the native materials, the rock and other geologic formations around here, and just tie the whole site together with that plant material.
Right. So next I'm going to talk about a little bit about the branding for the hotel. We've, as you heard from our past project experience, we have a good relationship with Thompson Hotel Group, which is owned by Hyatt Hotels. So we think there's some efficiencies in having a Hyatt managed project here because we have San Antonio, we have Houston, And then a project here would help bring some economies of scale for us on that. We're excited about Hyatt. We like their flag. We like their sales and marketing team. Being able to tap into that loyalty program is something that we see is very valuable here. They have a product called the Destination brand and Unbound brand, and we're leaning towards the Hyatt Destination brand. It's something that we'll be able to still brand and call the hotel whatever you want to call it, but it'll be still run by Hyatt and managed by Hyatt. So being able to take advantage of their flags, their loyalty. Our project that we have in San Antonio, we were able to be part of Amex's Fine Hotels and Resorts within our first year, which was able to bring another customer base. We're able to, in San Antonio, our sales and marketing team, powered by the national flag, we were able to get 22 out of the 29 NBA teams to stay at our hotel during when they played against the Spurs. So we were able to bring that kind of firepower with Hyatt to bring events, bring conferences and stuff. We had 2 car launches in our hotel in San Antonio from national brands, all powered by Hyatt's national team and our local sales team. So we're excited about having Hyatt potentially on board. We're also talking to Hilton and IHG, but our main, I think we're leaning more towards Hyatt because of our current relationship with them. Financing and ownership. So for us, we are, like I said, what makes us unique is our ability to bring equity quickly to projects through our EB5 program. And I'm going to have Ben come talk a little bit about the EB5, and I'll help him, but to help educate you for those who aren't familiar with EB5.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ben Sarvati. I'm a development associate with DC Partners, and I work really closely with our other vertically integrated partner, Houston EB5. Houston EB5 is a company that we utilize as sort of a capital markets arm of DC Partners. By utilizing the EB5 program, which for those who don't know is a Citizen and Immigration Services designated program, we're able to get foreign investment into our projects. We have a really solid track record of utilizing this in the past. Over the past decade, Houston EB5 has sponsored over 1,200 visas and has a 100% project success rate and 100% permanent green card approval. One of the reasons that we're really excited about this project in Fredericksburg is due to the utilization and way that the law is written of the Houston EB or of the EB5 program. There is a special designation for rural development. So we will be able to very quickly raise this project because there are expedited services provided to investors that are investing in rural projects, which Fredericksburg does qualify as one. So we're very confident in our ability to quickly raise the money for this project. Just to give you an example of some of our past success with the EB5 program, within the last decade, we've raised over $200 million of EB5 project money across all of our projects raised. So it's a large, substantial portion of our capital stack. But in addition to that EB5 financing, we've also included $65 million of traditional equity. So between both of those sources of equity, we're able to capitalize our projects very efficiently. And we look forward to utilizing this program in our Fredericksburg development as well.
One thing I add on the EB5, some cities have an EB5 arm. So the city of Dallas has EB5. They work with the regional center in Dallas to help fund city projects through EB5. So when people come in looking for funding for different projects, they utilize the EB5 arm to help fund infrastructure projects, fund different projects that city money is not going to be used for, but they utilize the EB5 program to help kind of as their economic development arm. So it's something very unique, and other cities are already doing it. Other resort towns are utilizing it as well to fund projects. So we're excited about that, and the fact that Ben mentioned the fact that it's rural. And that's a new change that the program just came, meaning we already have a waiting list for this project already because it's rural, meaning people get to get fast tracked. And so it's going to be a great benefit for not only this project in Fredericksburg, but if the city's interested in utilizing EB5 for any other types of projects, the whole city qualifies for that. So it's something to be excited about. One of the main touch points that I think we heard from people earlier in the city council meeting, from our city manager conference calls we had previously, was just staffing. If we build all these projects, who's going to work here? Where are they going to live? And so for us, we saw that increasing prices, people taking homes and putting them putting them back into the Airbnb model instead of renting them out. Those kind of things are causing affordability to be an issue here. So we wanted to bring 220 units at least to the project as far as rental units and work with the city on coming up with a formula on how much workforce housing, like what percentage do we want to be affordable, what percentage we want market. So we're open to that, but we want to be able to provide housing for our workers here because it's 250 people that are going to be working here full time. So where are they going to come from? Where are they going to live? So we want to be able to solve that problem on site without burdening the rest of the city, but being a benefit to the rest of the city. So we're excited about that. We researched other resort towns. We had talks with some of our Hyatt colleagues in ski towns that have the similar issues and see what they were doing as far as staffing. Some of them are using a program called the J1 program to where they bring in hospitality people from other parts of the world that are looking to do a 12 to 18 month rotation to learn hospitality, and they come in here and they could utilize that and as to help start up the workforce for that while we ramp up. So that's something other resort towns are doing. Is something we could look into. But I think the number one solution is to provide the housing here. Housing will solve a lot of the problems as far as the workforce. So we're excited about being able to do that and working with the city to come up with a solution on how much of a mix to do. J1 visa. Yeah, and that the J1 visa program works by having 12 to 18 months. They can come and do a rotation and work in the hospitality industry. And it comes with housing, and it comes with they get to learn and bring their experience from their part of the world to the United States as well. And in conclusion, like I said, we are excited about the opportunity to work with Fredericksburg. This opportunity came to us kind of serendipitously. I teach. I'm an adjunct professor at the University of Houston and teach an MBA program. And one of my students actually sent this RFP to me and said, "Hey, this is something that you might be interested in. I've seen the work you guys do." And we looked at it and we were like, "Wow, this is a great opportunity." And we saw the ad. We were looking for sites. We got quickly on the ball to try and find some sites for the project. We actually called the city manager at the time and said, "Hey, what's the process for the RFP?" Because typically when we've done RFPs in the past, it came with the site. This one did not. And so he kind of laughed and said, "You guys don't have a site yet. So you guys are behind the 8 ball." But we got on it quickly. We started working with the Carr family and we came down and we truly loved the site. We enjoyed working with them. And the address on the site was Main Street. That's our office address back in Houston is West Main Street. And so the way we looked at it, everything was lining up and we started putting together the team and did that fast. So we're excited about the opportunity and look forward to potentially working with you and answering any questions you guys have. So thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, public comments, not items not on the agenda. Let me get my list here. Thank you. Here we go. So this is a company credit card? Thank you.
USB digital copy.
All right, Ruben Aguilar.
Yes, sir. Now, to fight for America. So this is directed at the people of the critical race theory. This is what my old-fashioned teachers taught me. See this? This is from a book entitled Tejanos in Gray. Did you know that Tejanos, Mexican Texans, fought for the Confederacy? In some cases fought more fiercely because they believed in the Confederate ideology. Did you know some Afro-Americans also owned slaves? Did you know Native Americans were hired by slave owners to hunt down runaway slaves? Did you know Native Americans stole land from each other, enslaved each other? Before white men came, Spaniards and Mexicans stole land from Native Americans. It goes on and on. We are all guilty of evil. Racism exists in all people, even today. We are all familiar with the Holocaust. God bless his holy people. 6 million Jews and other minorities were murdered by Nazis. Yet, did you know that over 100 million people were murdered by communists? This wasn't in our history books because the college professors who wrote them were communist sympathizers, just like they are today. And they didn't want communism to look bad, so they didn't include this in the books. The problem is not white supremacy, it's white liberalism and Democrats and our corrupt governments pushing their narratives and lies. Did you hear about the little girl that was raped by the illegal alien and impregnated? Well, there are thousands of cases just like that by illegal aliens, especially along the border, because it's normal for them. In Latin America and Mexico, boys are indoctrinated into machismo to go after little girls. 80% of the men that we see here all around us from all these countries are guilty of that. And we're letting them into our schools. Do in-depth research, people. All right? Don't let people lie to you. In case you're wondering what race I am a proud Chicano. I am also a Tejano. Just like millions of Latino MAGA supporters. I am also here in support of American Border Patrol, who are being vilified as immoral. Well, do you know what Mexican Border Patrol does to immigrants from Central and South America? They rob them, rape them, murder them, sell them to the drug lords so that they can be slaves, sell little girls to the pedophile rings. When does our Border Patrol do that? Stop blaming America. If you don't like this country, leave it.
Annette Bennett.
I want to thank each one of you for serving on City Council. You have in the executive session what I hope will be a thoughtful decision to make returning the ARPA funds. I ask you to do what is right, not what may be easy. Before the ARPA money was distributed, spent, and allocated, hundreds of your citizens previously expressed their wishes for the money to be returned. Yet our wishes fell on deaf ears at the last City Council. Now, any kind of return, disentanglement, or rejection has increased in difficulty. Yet the right thing for our new City Council is to return the money. I won't reiterate all the reasons that we need to separate ourselves from this free money. Others have done so, and many reasons are outlined in the documents presented to City Council. The biggest reason is protecting our city from the federal government overreach. Do you envision your role on City Council to be a rubber stamp of the federal bureaucracy and for you to be tossed aside as mere figureheads? Our city should be the shining city on the hill and a beacon of light for a representative form of local government. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Lux.
Hi, I'd like to thank you guys for allowing me to come up and say one more time. My name is Kathy Lux. I'm a resident of Gillespie County. I call Fredericksburg home and have many friends who live in the city and call it home as well. Therefore, I have a vested interest in the health and well-being of our community. My primary concern is the utilization of the ARPA money that has been made available to the city and county. Federal money has strings attached, always. Some may seem benign and easily glossed over as not having any downside. However, any administration can, at will, add more onerous strings. For example, the current president has recently proposed a plan to withhold USDA funding from any school lunch program of any school districts which failed to embrace fully the advancement of the transgender agenda. This includes making schools implement pronoun use rules, which includes punishment for the crime of misgendering someone. It also includes the stipulation that schools provide access to bathrooms and showers to anyone based on their chosen gender identity, not their biological sex. My question is this: do you really want to be tied to onerous and draconian rules and regulations in order to use this money? It may sound okay now, but take a look at further down the road instead of just looking at the current, like the next year or two. Please use caution before deciding to use these funds. There are always strings. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Marshall?
My name is Tom Marshall. I am a city resident. I came here tonight, wasn't sure what I was going to say, but by far the most important issue we're facing right now is the return of the ARPA money. I heard a comment earlier that inspired these thoughts. December 1944, European Theater of Operations of World War II. The Axis powers started an offensive operation that became known as the Battle of the Bulge. During that battle, the 101st Airborne Division was surrounded in the town of Bastogne. The 101st was purposely placed there because Bastogne was a travel center, major highways, just like Fredericksburg. We've got 3 highways that come through Fredericksburg, very important as far as transportation goes. Weather prevented any type of air resupply to the 101st Airborne. The powers to be got together with General Patton and said, can you get them some relief? And he sent up 3 divisions that broke through the German lines so that the 101st could be resupplied. In the next following days, the headlines in the papers read, General Patton rescues 101st Airborne Division. I don't know if you ever known anybody from the 101st Airborne Division, but they're a very proud organization. More than just a fighting unit, they are a proud organization. Their leaders took exception to the headlines that said Patton rescued the 101st Airborne. Their position was, who said we needed to be rescued? Does Fredericksburg need to be rescued? Do we have pride in who we are and what we are? I just leave you for those thoughts to consider tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Sally?
Hello, I'm Sally Clark. I own property in the city and in the county, and I was here 2 weeks ago and passed out some information to you guys about property that the city owns that runs through the property that I own in the county. Now, I was real interested to hear about the Allstat development, which I've been watching. I can drive by it real easily. And that's going to enter and exit some of it off of Moore Street. My property is just on the other side of the creek. Moore's runs down to a creek right there where the church is. Then on the other side of that creek starts my property. What I wanted to say tonight is more of a question to you as a council. Do you have any plans in the future for building that road from the property that you bought from my husband and I back in 2007, I think it was? It's 3.43 acres and it's 60 feet wide. And the water and sewer, all that's already in there. The electrical's not there, but you know, it can be. We would like to develop the property into housing, into lots that developers could buy and build houses on. But I just wondered, does the council, have you had a chance to discuss that? Does that sound like something that's feasible, something that you would like to do? Or to even at least, we'd like to have an entrance. You know, if we had an entrance off of 1631, that's public property. People can start driving it. But we need a bridge. So that's my question to you. Is it on your calendar anywhere to be discussed, to be talked about or looked at or anything?
I suppose I can answer a yes and no question, or, we're not supposed to respond to public comment.
Okay. Oh, and I also
It
would
is
like
not on the calendar yet.
It's not on the calendar yet?
You can make a factual response or a recitation of policy or
I just
something.
want to break any rules.
Right.
I'm assuming everybody got it, okay?
Mhm.
2 weeks ago. And it's in our radar, and I suppose it would be something that we put in the consideration list.
Mhm.
But if you're asking, is it right now something that we're considering? No.
You mentioned something about a website where people could write in comments or an email or something.
Well, we all have our
What is that?
emails at bgtx.org.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think there's even one for the council, right? General counsel. Council.
Oh, for the general counsel. Okay. Okay. I'll look for
I'd like
that
to follow up with you, Sally, to find out what
Okay.
your, yeah. 'Cause
What
I
I'm
get your
proposing
general
and what I'd
request,
like-
but I don't know what the specifics are.
Yeah, what I need from the city to do what I need to do.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Daryl.
Thanks, Sally. All right, that's all the list that I have for public comment. City manager's report, and item number 11.
Okay, Mayor, Council, and I'll be brief. We've talked just a little bit about water supply. We actually did get a little bit of a break the last couple of weeks due to the recent rain events. That's really helped out a lot. It gives us an idea of really how much people adjust their systems manually to cut back during times like that. We've seen a pretty significant decrease in the daily water demand. And as a result of that, we've seen a pretty good increase, especially in one of our well fields, the Canal well field. Chris and I were just talking about it today. We've seen a 30+ foot increase in the water well level in our Canal well field. Wanted to also update the council and for those listening in and watching, the last Tuesday, the mayor, myself, and Chris Canese attended the Hill Country Underground Water Conservation District Board meeting. And they made a decision to move forward with a 90-day moratorium on new wells in the county. So there's a lot of discussion ahead of that decision. And I spoke a little bit regarding the city's potential move to stage 4. As we look at the overall situation, and as the mayor and I have discussed, and Chris Canese and I discuss every day, and I talk to other water professionals around the state and look at what they're doing. It's when we make a change here in Fredericksburg, we've been in stage 3 for 10 years, over 10 years. And some people still don't understand what those rules mean. I asked Chris last week to provide me with a percentage reduction in use if everyone was complying with stage 3, and he came up with about 10%. That would be enough. And I think, we really work hard to educate people on what stage 3 means and really how critical the water situation is and how much more critical it could get if they are not responsible water users. So at this point, we're talking about a bill stuffer. The folks down in utility billing are talking to people on the phone and walk-ins every day, helping educate. Our code enforcement officers are helping educate, trying to achieve compliance. We are taking a look at, with the technology that we have in place, taking a look at who is watering every weekend, who is watering on the wrong day at the wrong time. We're trying to put together a letter and identify the levels of use that trigger a letter going out to individuals. Again, just to remind them to be a little bit more conservation minded. Do you know you're watering on the wrong day? Do you know you're not supposed to water on the weekend? Really trying to get the community behind this idea of conservation instead of hitting them with this heavy hand of fines and violations. So again, we've had a little bit of a break. Luckily, that gives us just a little bit more time to start planning and pushing this information out. We have about another full month or so of this really hot weather, it looks like. So at this point, we are still in stage 3. Our local drought index moves between that 3 and 4, as I was mentioning to the mayor this morning. Last year, we got a lot of rain. We were talking about going to stage 2. We were between stage 2 and 3. If the line coming in on 290 East would have been in place, we may have gone to stage 2. But again, it's really hard to get that message across. And we really think we can get close to being where we need to be with just the education materials that we're pushing out. So that's the preference right now. That's what we're working on. We're going to continue doing that at this point. But the overall water supply picture does look a lot better than it did just a couple of weeks ago. Chris, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that.
The only other thing I would add is we did lose a pump at Cross Mountain a couple of weeks back. Around, in fact, I think it was July 5th when you had your last council meeting.
Right.
That pump was repaired and is back in service. So mechanically, that's a good thing for that portion of the system. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have that you're hearing, from the public, from the customers. And feel free to give them my contact information, as well as Clinton's water department staff. Would be happy to answer those questions as well as they come in.
So just to get to the bottom line, you're saying that let's crank up our education efforts and stay at stage 3 for a little while.
That's right. And the last time I reported to council, we had talked about making a decision to make the move closer to the end of the month.
Okay.
And again, this is a very dynamic thing. You can see, if you look at the numbers, you can see how dramatically this changes just from a rainfall event, a little bit lower temperatures, a little bit of time. Certainly the water district takes this very seriously. They have implemented a moratorium a number of times in the past. In fact, 2013, I believe 2016 and 2018. So it is something that they do periodically. This time they actually discussed tacking 90 days on to that, so 6 months. Again, there's a lot more development out in the county. There's a lot more large developments with a lot more water demand. So I think they're taking a little bit more conservative approach at this point. But we're working with the water district. In fact, we talked to them just this afternoon, and we're in close contact. So it'll be a very calculated decision when we do make that.
Okay, so that's a yes. We're going to stay at 3
right now. Yes,
okay. Sir. Okay, that's what people want to know. Is to be
that's
clear,
correct.
That we're staying at 3 until further notice.
That's correct.
Okay.
Moving on to B, budget update. I've provided some key dates here. We, of course, do have our proposed enterprise fund budget discussion coming up this Friday, July 22nd, 9:30, fire training room. There's some other key dates listed here for work sessions with the council. We have a joint budget workshop with the county on August 1st. One date that's not listed here is the city council budget workshop on all funds. That's on August 10th. And then finally moving on to discussion of the proposed tax rate toward the end of August. And then finally, the council adopts a separate budget tax rate ordinances on September 19th, Monday, September 19th. So that'll be during the regular meeting.
This is what we've all got on our schedules already.
Yes, sir. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. We go to 12 council comments. Yeah. Item number 12, council comments. Okay. Is there something urgent about the items for future agenda? Can we put that off? It's already 9:15.
Sure. Nothing urgent.
Okay. All right. Is that okay with everybody? Sure. To forego item 13, we've got a list of future items and so forth. And normally it's an information thing, but I'm anxious to get to the executive session because I don't know how long it's going to take. Okay.
I move we go to the executive session.
Second.
Motion and second to go into executive session for regular session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Where do y'all have to drive back to? So item number 15,
Well-
business item.
We need, I make a motion to go from executive session to general session.
A second.
Motion and a second to go from executive to regular session. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Make a motion to adjourn.
A second.
A motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. One thing, sometimes people send things to the city hall that's addressed to the whole council. So I'll just tell you via email. It's an invitation